All right, if we can start moving towards our seat so we can get started here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first meeting of 2026. I am pleased to call to order the 286th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council in Sacramento, California. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council's website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with comments on issues before the council at this meeting. Please note that the webinar chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the council meeting webpage. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and groups. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please submit them in electronic format to the electronic portal when you sign up for testimony. Written comments must relate directly to your oral testimony to be accepted at this stage. After you speak to the agenda item, the comments will be posted and made part of the official record of this meeting. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available by contacting the council office. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. And a few quick introductions here. I think we can look around the table. Well, let me turn to Executive Director Burden now for the roll call. Executive Director Burden.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. I will now call the roll of the March 2026 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Heather Hall.
Here.
Barry Tom.
Here.
Colin Brinkman. See, I do not see Colin online either. Jamie Diamond.
Here.
Danny Evanson.
Here.
Ben Cross.
Present.
Pete Hassemer.
Present.
Let's see, Carrie Jeffries or Chris German or someone from the Coast Guard. Do not believe we have the Coast Guard online. Let's see, Sharon Kiefer.
Here.
Rebecca Lent.
Here.
Lynn Mattis.
Present.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Corey Ridings.
Here.
Butch Smith.
Here.
David Sones.
Here.
Krista Svensson.
Present.
Asia Shumalo.
Here.
Ryan Wolf.
Here.
Marcy Yaremko.
Here.
That concludes the roll, Mr. Chairman, and you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. With that, we had a draft agenda published as part of the briefing materials. Look for any discussion regarding that agenda or a motion to adopt it. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, if there is no further discussion, I do have a motion.
Please go ahead with that.
Mr. Chairman, I move the council approve the revised agenda presented as A3 in the March 2026 briefing book.
Thank you. That language up there on the screen looks accurate and complete. Seconded by, is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Seconded by David Sones. You need to speak to the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I think the agenda is, given the lack of discussion, is acceptable to the council, although I do see a hand up.
Danny Evanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question, do we need to add an amendment to that to reflect a closed session that will be occurring on Sunday?
No, we do not need to do that at this time. Thank you. Any other questions? Discussion on the motion? Otherwise, call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sharon. With that, we can continue on with our agenda, and I will turn to Executive Director Burden for his report. Eric.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is agenda item A4, which is the Executive Director's report. The Executive Director's report to the Council provides updates on some select administrative matters, Council activities, staffing, and other developments that are not otherwise captured in briefing book materials. And in this report, I've also taken the liberty of highlighting a few matters that may be of unique interest to you as part of this report, and that are, some of them are on the agenda, some are not. Starting from the top, we have changes to the council roster. So I think, as we all know, Ms. Megan Hurdle has been appointed Director of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And as such, she is now the State of California Principal Official on the council. Mr. Barry Tom has named Dr. Karen Braby and Dr. Scott Rumsey as designees to the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission seat on the council. And Dr. Debbie Colbert has named Ms. Gway Kirchner as a designee for the State of Oregon seat on the council. Ms. Kirchner replaces Dr. Troy Buell. There are several alternates at the meeting, as reflected in the table that is in my report. There are also several informational reports that I'll highlight for you. Some of those were available as part of the advanced briefing book. Some are supplemental. One report that I do want to highlight for you is a dialogue that the Council Coordinating Committee is having with NIF's headquarters about some national efforts to prioritize stocks and to align scientific resources in the agency with where they are needed. You might want to take a look at that report. There's also a letter from the Pacific Salmon Commission to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife concerning southern resident killer whales. There's a recently released technical guidance on reference points. That this is a project that was ongoing by NOAA Science Division over the last few years. Let's see, turning to the supplemental informational reports. There is an executive order response. We did hear back, all of the councils have heard back from NIF's headquarters about the response that we provided later last year to NIMS regarding the executive order we refer to as the seafood EO. They have packaged that information. They've sent back some public comments, and they're more or less asking if we want to amend our plan to respond to the executive order. So that's something to keep in mind as we think about workload planning and what you may ask of me and staff to take on over the next few weeks. We also have a couple of summary reports, and we also have a supplemental informational report regarding the passing of our friend Mike Okanowski. Let's see, back to the body of my report. There's a section in here about the stock assessment process review. You may recall that we had hired a contractor to look into our stock assessment process. That report was scheduled to be reviewed by the SSC at this meeting. We uncovered some problems with the use of AI in that report, and so that report has been retracted at this point. I still need to circle back with the contractor and understand how AI influenced the use of that report before I know how to proceed. But we will proceed in some fashion. And I'm happy to speak with you about that more at the end of my report if you'd like. Budget update, since this is something that was of interest to us all last year, I provided a quick budget update here in my ED report. At this time, we have received slightly over $1 million in funding for the current fiscal year. That is very good news. All of the information that we have from the fiscal management at NIMS leads me to conclude we should receive the second tranche of our funding in late March or thereabouts. And that would be the total amount of funding we should expect for the year. And that total amount of funding keeps us at basically a flat funding level, which I'll take it. Office relocation. We have been looking at our office, and I'll just say the conditions have been deteriorating for some time, and we are in the process of planning a move. It's not finalized yet, but I would say if you're a betting person, put your money on the fact that we will be moving not far. It's another mid-rise office building in the flight path of the airport, so it should be fairly familiar, but much safer conditions than the place we have now. The Marine Resource Education Program, we do have a steering committee. We met in January. In response to some participant feedback, we've reorganized the agenda and structure of the workshop that will occur later this year. And essentially, the way that that's being reorganized is to look at the sequence of fishery management. So starting with baseline data collection, building up to decisions, and how stakeholders can get engaged along the way during that development. Usually our session has been held in October. We're moving that to December. And really the move is because of the ever-present shutdowns of the government that occur in October and that have started to disrupt the MREP session. As I think you all know, every year we have a staff work session in early January. We did have that again this year. That was very well timed, I think, given all of the change that we've had at staff, and just allows us to regroup, talk about our processes, how we work together, how we can be effective and efficient, all in the support of the council process. So I think that was a very successful work session that we had earlier this year. Related, we have been down 2 staff officers now for several months. It has been an immense workload on the remaining staff officers, and just want to express my appreciation to them all for stepping up and really covering the gaps that we've had here over the last couple of months. And I'm happy to report that we have backfilled one of those positions. So Dr. Diana Perry started with us just a couple of weeks ago. She and Kelly have been in the SSC for the last few days. I've known Dr. Perry now for a couple of years. She was a Canals Fellow, worked very closely with the councils for a couple of years during that, or several years ago during that time. She also has time working at a NIMS lab, and she has recently been a contractor for the council. So she has not been the face of that contractor, but she's familiar with us and our work, our data systems and things like that. So she's already off to a running start. If you get a chance, please say hello. I want to call your attention to a deep sea mining executive order that was released, I believe, last year, and there is a related final rule, which is linked in my ED report. And the bottom line message here is that the United States is proceeding with plans for mineral exploration in international waters. The U.S. has not ratified the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and so our activities as a nation are occurring outside of that framework. And so while that international activity takes place outside of my purview, it may impact ecosystems that you might be interested in. So in talking with Mr. Wolf about this activity, we think that it would be possible to extend an invitation to the National Ocean Service if you'd like an informational briefing on that at some future time. One of the things I also want to highlight for you is some reflection on governance of our organization and the roles and responsibilities within the council process. This is just something that I think deserves some clarity from time to time because we are a very complicated organization, lots of overlapping efforts and lots of partner agencies, lots of things that we do. And it's just, I think, human nature for a lot of the roles and responsibilities in our process to start to bleed together. And we need to be diligent about making sure that our management and technical teams are given the independence they need to provide you with good advice, where you, as a council member, then grapple with the intense policy matters. So there's some summary there. I won't read it all, but there's some summary there that I've described what I think a good governance and process is, and I think it just bears some reflection and reiteration from time to time that this is how good governance works. Let's see, administrative matters. We do have a new Alaska Airlines discount code, so going forward, if you see that in your council meeting invite and you choose to fly Alaska Airlines, make note of that. Continued use of that will help us with our budget. Also related to our budget, you might recall last year, NOAA and the Department of Commerce weighed in on several matters related to the councils. One of the things they helped us clarify was our CARES reception. And so we've determined that that is now considered a meal. And so some of you that are traveling on council funds, all of you that are traveling on council funds, that is now part of your meeting package. So that will either come out of your per diem or you can pay for that ahead of time. If you're not traveling on council funds, you will have needed to pre-register for this reception and submit payment to the council. I think that is still a very important part of our process, that dialogue and relationship building that occurs at that reception. I think is important, so I hope you all will continue to attend. And then lastly, we did lose our friend, Mike Okanowski, several weeks ago, so there's note of that in my report. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to entertain any conversation or answer any questions you all may have.
Thank you. Any questions for the executive director? Discussion, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Executive Director Burton. It's a very minor thing, and while I'm sure Mr. Buell would appreciate being promoted to being a doctor, he is Mr. Buell. He's smarter than everybody else, I think, at the Maroon program, so not surprised that we think of him as a doctor. On the governance and roles within the council process, have you or Ms. Ames or somebody else spoken to our management and technical teams about this? I know the briefing book dropped, and within minutes, I had staff in my office. What's this about? Even somebody as unflappable as Ms. Watson was, what is this about? What have we done wrong? So I get where you're trying to go with this, but I think some direct guidance, if it hasn't already happened, to our MTs and the Salmon technical team about what the expectation is, rather than just reading this and letting them run on their assumptions, would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for those comments. And I have been asked a few questions about this, and I wanted to start here with you all and make sure we are all on the same page. And I'm happy to either have myself or Kelly, or I think some of the staff officers could be in the role to brief the MTs also. No one's in trouble, but I think it just bears some reiteration on our part coming from this table and then across our whole community that this is what we expect. And this is what makes it for a good process. And so we all have to collectively own that. But I think this body here has to reaffirm that that is the expectation. So that's why I wanted this to be in my report to you all as a start, and then happy to have whatever conversations are necessary with our advisors.
Thank you for that.
Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mark, for this. I'm thinking about the Linker report, and you noted there were some issues with AI, and so you're going to go back and have a conversation with those folks. And that seems right, like a good next step. I will admit that that's like a bummer, for lack of a more elegant way to put it. I was interviewed as part of that process, as I think a lot of people in the council universe were, and was really looking forward to those findings. Do you have a sense of sort of, and this actually I think brings to the surface a larger issue around how the council, and especially our scientific process in general, is using AI or will address issues like this when they come up? Do you have any initial thoughts on if the council needs an AI policy, or if you need any support from NIMS or elsewhere to figure out how you're going to look and review this report and next steps? I'm putting that out there for conversation to see if there's anything additional you wanted to add.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Writings. I appreciate the, soon you will be Dr. Writings, but for now, Ms. Writings. Yeah, this caught me off guard. I guess just in the interest of transparency, I'll just outline some of my thinking. When I was first made aware of some of the problems with the draft report as a result of the use of AI, I was disappointed also. And then my second thought was, but AI is everywhere. It's plugged into everything that we're doing at the moment. And so there's, in some ways I thought, well, this is bound to happen someplace. It's a little ironic that it occurred on this particular topic. The irony aside, I think we should expect that to have happened. I then started thinking about what we have been grappling with as staff, and we've been talking about AI and the use of AI and how we use these tools, and our thoughts are not fully developed yet. And then I sat with the SSC and we talked about this, and their thinking is far more evolved than any of us are on staff. And maybe you all have very evolved thoughts too. And a lot of that has come about, the clarity that they had has come about from their roles as, you know, peer review journal editors and things like that. We don't do that, but having them in that position has really forced them to grapple with this issue and where the lines need to be drawn. So I asked them to replace this agenda item that was on their agenda with a discussion of appropriate use of AI in our scientific review and in the council process. Because I do think we need a policy. And I think we can learn something from what they have been grappling with as a scientific community. So that's where I think we'll start. And then where and how that leads to a council policy, I don't know. This all came about just a couple of days ago, and my thoughts haven't matured too much. But I think we do end up with a council policy at some point, and we reflect that policy in our contracts. We expect transparency on the use of AI. Like if they're going to use AI, we need a clear statement from the contractor about how it's been used. So that's where my head is going. I don't know if I missed any more of your question, but that's where my thoughts are now.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along that discussion, Executive Director, it strikes me as certainly we are not an island of councils in regard to this issue. And I guess I would encourage also a conversation at the CCC level in regards to AI and development of policy, because, you know, I think there are use of common contractors across the councils, and you know, a consistent policy in regards to this issue, I think would be helpful.
Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to lend support for, at the very least, having a policy. I actually was wondering about a COP. Probably 6 months ago, we had a meeting where we used AI to record minutes. That is great. It's an incredible tool for staff. And I can't remember if it was the few or some such meeting, meaning it was not a council meeting. But that is recording what everybody in that meeting is saying. We do not currently provide long-term record for advisory bodies. If you show up, you show up. But now with AI and those type of minutes, conceivably they would be FOIA-able, et cetera. And it just changes the nature of potentially the conversation in those meetings if we don't have some guardrails around it. So I am certainly advocating for incorporating tools that make our lives easier, potentially make our experience more cost effective. But I do think, it's a new frontier for all of us, but having those thoughts, conversations, potentially with legal as well as with other councils, it's an important step to take, and we should really look hard at how to do this in a way that benefits us.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussions regarding the executive director report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Just a question, I guess, about the governance and roles within the council process. Thanks for bringing this up. I think these are always thoughts that are worth revisiting. As you noted, this is a complex process and there's a lot of moving pieces. And so it's good to sort of refresh ourselves on that separation. Definitely, I guess, channel Jessica Watson a little bit. When I read it, I thought, oh no, what have I done? So I guess I wanted to actually put the question is there something here that you think those of us that are appointed members should also be thinking about? My second question around that would be, good governance is incredibly important to the integrity of our process. And sitting here at the table, we want to make the best decisions possible. Are there any resources or things like that that we can continue to read or continue to educate ourselves on to continually be reinforcing that integrity of the process?
Appreciate the question. I took two parts from your question. One is there a particular role for non-agency council members? And then are there resources? The resource, the one that I was most drawn to, there's a National Academy of Sciences publication on these sorts of things, organizational management, separation of roles, what it means to have good governance. They were focused on scientific processes, but almost all of that still has appropriate bearing to us. A lot of our management teams and technical teams are quasi-scientific, for lack of a better word. Also some policy, of course, but I think that publication would be helpful if you're interested in it. I'd be happy to provide you a reference with that. In terms of your role as a non-agency council member, I think just the reiteration and reinforcing that this is our expectation and should be our norm. And I think, as I said a few minutes ago, I think we all have to own that. So we start here with this body by reinforcing that that's the expectation, and that we all have to own it because we can't all be in all places at the same time. So I think that's probably the strongest role for folks like you in a non-agency position, is just like reiteration with your colleagues and the management teams and even the sub-panels that we need your objective thoughts, and that the hard policy questions, that's what this group is for. They need to come here rather than be addressed in a subcommittee that maybe is not as transparent as a council floor discussion. Is that helping?
Any other questions, discussion? Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to appreciate that Director Borton noted the deep sea mining EO in his report. I did just want to clarify too about NIMS. We did speak, Merrick and I did speak. We are happy to help facilitate the National Ocean Service to come and give a briefing to this, but I did want to caveat that the current application areas are are not only outside the EEZ, but they're even further south of the U.S. waters, are more typically between 5 and 15 degrees north. So while it is relevant to some of our more distant water HMS fleets that do kind of fish in that area, I just did want to clarify that we're not talking about immediate applications inside the West Coast EEZ. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. This is, I guess, a question for Mr. Wolf and then for the wider council. Would there be a benefit to having a briefing for the HMS folks, for example? I'm taking that away a little bit from your note there.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. Yes, I think so. I think that's obviously in the near term the only relevant fishery that would be potentially impacted, and NIMS and the agency as a whole are very open to how we might do that dialogue. We have recommended to the Ocean Service, right, that they get some input from the fleet that could be impacted, whether that's through the council process or whether that's another way to work with the advisory bodies, for example, or the HMS fishermen. Either way, that's why we wanted to flag it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Not seeing any hands then. That completes that item, the executive director's report. Before moving into our open comment here, I just wanted to take a minute. The last part of the executive director's report mentioned the recent passing of Mike Okaneski. And so as I reflected about Mike in this process, I think every one of us found our own way to pronounce his last name, but Mike just gave every one of us the same amount of attention and interest and respect in our dealings with him. So let's just take a moment to honor Mike and just maybe channel some of his energy and commitment to this process as we go through this meeting. So take a minute to pause there and reflect. Thank you for that. So we will move into our open comment period. I know we have at least 4 signups there. We'll wait for that to show up on the screen. And note there are other written comments that were submitted prior, and they are accessible in your briefing book. But we will start with Steve Godden, who is here in person. Good morning, Steve.
Chair Hessmer, Vice Chair Smith, council members. I'm Steve Godden, member of the Groundfish Advisory Panel representing recreational anglers for Oregon, and I'm also the president of the Oregon Coast Anglers. Last year, I announced the kickoff of Sport Angler Science at the March PFMC meeting. At the November meeting, I summarized the results based on 8 contributing participants and 48 completed forms. I concluded that summary by stating that for sport angler science to progress, it would have to be simplified, be in an electronic format, and available on cell phones. I'm here today to announce the next phase of sport angler science. It is now in an electronic format, simplified, and available on cell phones. I credit Nancy Leonard and Jason Edwards from RecFin for pointing me in this new direction, which is based on Google Forms. I transitioned all the previous sport angler science questions to a Google Forms platform, simplified the questions with pull-down menus and multiple choice answers, which reduced keystrokes and made it available on cell phones. Fishing data submitted by anglers is uploaded to Google Sheets, a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet could be assessed by fish assessors for possible inclusion in future assessments. Sport angler science in the Google Forms format has been reviewed by ODFW Lynn Mattis and Christian Heath, Jason Edwards, and Cheryl Barnes of the Science and Statistical Committee for their input, which was incorporated. I also participated in a telephone interview regarding sport angler science with PFMC staff officer Gilly Lyons. During the months of January and February, I met with 4 Oregon fishing clubs and participated in the Oregon Saltwater Sportsman Show. I offered all the groups I met and the people of the show the opportunity to get the forum on their cell phone. I think it's important to note that the people who agreed to take the forum at the show were complete strangers. 33 anglers provided their email addresses to receive the forum link at the show, and 85 anglers to date are on my list for the forum. Next steps. After this PFMC meeting, I will email a link to the Sport Angler Science Forum to all who are on my list with an explanation of its importance and how to use it. I will monitor the Google Sheets spreadsheet for their input and watch for possible issues. I will report back to the PFMC the results at the November meeting. If all went well, Sport Angler Science could be made available to any and all Oregon anglers by generating a QR code and publishing it. However, I don't believe Sport Angler Science should be published until there is a clear understanding regarding how the data provided would be used by ODFW and the PFMC. Anglers will only participate if they see value. That value would come from ODFW's and the PFMC's use of the data. So I'll need your help here. I would like to close by adding that the participants of Sport Angler Science could provide value beyond science. Many, if not all, could become a forum for both ODFW and the PFMC. I can think of many benefits from such a forum. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Godin on his testimony? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Godin, for continuing to pursue this and trying to find ways to incorporate what anglers are seeing on the water. Right? I know it's been a big lift for you, and you've contacted us about things, and due to cost, et cetera, we couldn't help you develop an app. So I appreciate that you worked with others to find a way to do this, and look forward to seeing what you get this year. And at some point, we'll need to talk to the stock assessors to see what data they would need in the format. But just really appreciate you continuing to try to get new sources of information from the recreational fleet into our process. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for coming to report on this. I believe you had come a time before, and I had maybe spoken with you about maybe incorporating some social economic type questions. But the question I have is actually for our colleagues at NIMS. If we provide some suggestions on this future versions of this survey, and then we use it well, at least in analyses of what we're doing. For example, I understand there's a bit of a gap of information for private rec boats in California. So it's useful information. If we use it, then would it be subject to the Paperwork Reduction Act requirements? Direct that to NIMS if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Brian Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lepp, for the question. And I do have General Counsel next to me. I mean, if you have, PRA does reply to any required information collection action that we're doing, but it also does apply, I believe, to anything that is voluntary to some extent. So I'd have to look into this further, but yeah, it could potentially trigger it, but I'm not a PRA expert, unfortunately.
Thank you. I'd like to also come back to your question. I remember at the November meeting, your request regarding information that might help with the value of recreational angling. And in that regard, I did incorporate a couple of questions that I thought might help. And one of those was the distance traveled by the anglers from the home, so they're trailering in many cases, to port. That wasn't in there before. And the other one was, I included the notion of whether you're using bait or not using bait. That then points to the fact that somehow they paid for bait. I don't pay for much bait myself, but I go out and collect bait. So I spend money, energy, and time doing that. So if you're not using bait at all, then that would exclude that particular point. So I did try to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Dimond?
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, again, as others have said, for continually coming back with this and being so willing to adapt and move with this, being nimble about it and being willing to take in feedback on how to better build your survey for use. I'm excited about the Google Forms. I think that'll be really helpful just across the board. It's less work for you having to then collect physical pieces of paper from people or get pictures of it. It centralizes it and it streamlines things. It's a little more user-friendly. Along the lines of trying to quantify economics on it, and maybe it's too late for this year, but an idea of how many, like you have the mileage from home to port, but how many miles traveled during the trip from port, like how much distance was covered, which could equate to fuel usage, things like that. Might be another option of adding on there for that type of purpose.
Well, thank you for that question, Jamie. And to some degree, we have that because we have the port that was left. One of the questions in the questionnaire is, what's the name of a local location that you're fishing? I don't use longitude or latitude, but almost every port that you go out of, there's some rock or something, some landmark that you're fishing near. So we do ask for that information, which would give you some semblance of distance.
Yeah, that'll help quantify at least an idea of miles traveled, which we can be extrapolated into fuel usage and things like that.
Right. So as an example, if I were going out to the Cedar Banks, that's a 40-mile trip. Lots of gas. One of the major considerations when we decide where we're going to fish.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Not seeing any. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lila Issy. Good morning. Good morning. And I see you have support there with you. So I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourselves and get started.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the Council. My name is Lila Issei, and I'm here to let you know about a new project that my colleagues and I are launching to look at fisheries port infrastructure needed to adapt to changing ocean and climate conditions. Next slide, please. You'll see some familiar names here on our project team. I know some of you from my time at NOAA Fisheries West Coast region before leaving last year. Karen Braby, of course, with Pacific States, Mike Conroy, who you know well, Kim Gordon here, who's done various projects with several of the councils around the country, and Council Member Shamilo. Next slide, please. So this project is funded by a grant from Blue Convergence Fund to support fisheries and becoming more climate resilient. Pacific States is administering the funds. And our project is going to build off of the Council's climate scenario planning workshops, focusing on recommendations regarding fisheries port infrastructure. So the Council identified sea level rise, extreme weather, including flooding, and species range shifts and productivity as three key threats to future landings ability. Next slide, please. So we're going to do a case study on one port. We're looking at selecting a port in Northern California or Oregon based on the Council's Climate Scenarios Report, as well as the 2021-22 NOAA CCIEA report that highlighted concerns about damage to coastal infrastructure and in this region during winter storms. So we'll assess current infrastructure needs as well as needs under the two scenarios with highly variable climate and ocean conditions and extreme events. This assessment will involve both local fishermen and who currently use the port, as well as fishermen who sometimes use the port or may need to use the port under those future scenarios. And we'll look at three types of commercial fisheries infrastructure: transitory support needs, offloading and processing, and distribution. Next slide, please. So the project will run through the end of 2027, and we're currently in the port selection phase. There will be 2 on-site workshops, a fisheries infrastructure scorecard, and a report with recommendations to enhance port infrastructure for fisheries resilience. In addition to fishing participants, managers, and scientists, we also want to engage with port managers, coastal managers, and possibly local legislators. At the end, we'll also have a template and lessons learned to share with other communities interested in doing the same. Next slide, please. And to the extent possible, we also intend to explore with participants a larger vision of a West Coast network of ports for supporting resilient regional fisheries, prepared to support both home and transient fleets during shifting and unexpected needs. We're looking to form a sounding board with fisheries representatives from relevant FMP groups and agencies to help occasionally in guiding this project for maximum benefits. Ms. Shumilo will be a key member of this group, and we welcome input from all of you at any time at your convenience. And at this stage, we welcome your thoughts about candidate ports and how to align the project with council priorities. And as the project evolves, we would welcome the opportunity to provide you updates. So Mike and I will be here sharing this with as many of these advisory bodies as possible today and tomorrow. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council.
Thank you. Any questions for our presenters here on this project? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the whole team for this project and letting us know about it. It makes me think about the report that we're going to hear this afternoon on the California current ecosystem. And one of the things that stands out in that report is a lot of changes in what's in each port, processors, landings, that type of things. I'd love to see these two reports woven together. Clearly, climate and weather and so forth are part of that, including moving resources. So I hope you'll be able to get some input from them and then again try to weave this together into a multidisciplinary type study. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. And yes, we do intend to talk with them too. Thank you.
Thank you. Asia Shumalo.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you guys for presenting this project. I just want to highlight for the council members the tie between this project and the projects formerly known as IRA projects. I think we're calling them special projects now, but there are a couple special projects that align very closely with the products that this project will generate. So one of them is the Community Resilience Decision Support Tool. This will develop a tool too that other ports can use to think about how to integrate across some of the levels of government that I think aren't included in our processes here. So the port level isn't included here. And I think this creates a really good and important tie between those things. And then the other project is the Flexible and Adaptive Management project that we, I think it's hard to track these through the process, but that one has a big tie to traditional and local ecological knowledge and trying to bring that information better and more quickly into our process so that we can respond quickly to to changes in port availability related to natural disasters or health disasters like with COVID too. So just wanted to share that some of the thinking here was to create another avenue and pull in more funding to amplify the work that we're doing here in other arenas. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, y'all, for presenting on this. This is actually really exciting. So very, very happy to see this. My question is regarding infrastructure that may not be at a port. So processing facilities that may be inland, they may not be mobile, but they may be important for a local port or a local fishing community. You talked a little bit about that, but I just wanted to probe a little bit more and see if that is within sort of the scope of the project that you're doing.
Thank you for the question. Yes, that would definitely be in the scope. And we definitely want to talk about advances also in fisheries, port infrastructure or mobile infrastructure as well, especially for needs that may come up and with the shifting stocks. So, yeah.
Thank you. Jamie Dimond.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very excited about this project. I was even more excited when I first saw the picture of Santa Barbara Harbor as the first slide, and I got my hopes up, and then I saw you're looking for Northern California or Oregon. So we'll wait for as this rolls out into other areas. But this is very much along the lines of things that we have heard from fisheries participants for years now, especially in the last highlighted even more so in the last 5 years with the constraining issues we've had, and how each time we come up with, we have constraining issues, it creates this lull in a fishery, which then degrades the port infrastructure availability or funding for it, things like that. And so this is just a really great project, and I'm very excited to see where this goes. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Kenyon Hensel, who is remote. Kenyon, can you hear us? Doesn't look like he's connected. Let's move on. We'll come back and do one more check with Kenyon. But Matt Bond, Matt, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I want to start by just thanking you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you all for the tremendous amount of work you do for fisheries up and down the West Coast. So thank you. My name is Matt Bond. I work with a group called All Waters. We're a protection and access coalition, just a group of people who are looking out for the interests of sustainable fisheries and how they benefit communities, both recreational and commercial, and the people that thrive from that activity. I'm going to start by putting my known objection or your known objection to what I'm going to say. I know you deal with federal things, and I want to bring up state issues, state of California issues, and just ask for awareness and maybe coordination. And the presentation that just happened from, I think it's Miss Issei, was a perfect segue into what I wanted to talk about. We have two processes going on in the state. One is the adaptive management of the Marine Life Protection Act after the decadal review, and we have a number of petitions that are working their way through the Fish and Game Commission that are getting near a point for rulemaking, not there yet, but that's happening and has the implications of significant impact to both recreational and commercial landings in a lot of the stocks that this commission or body here has to make stock assessments and so forth on. So secondarily, we have the state 30 by 30 process, which also has the potential to limit fishing. Both of these have the opportunity to open up fishing as well. And so my comment today is to hope that, and with the appointment of Ms. Hertel and the departure of Chuck, and I wanted to thank Chuck Bonham for his years of service. But having somebody from the state of California or a communication mechanism so you all are aware in the good work that you're doing on some of the potential changes going on that would affect stocks, I think is critical. And what I mean by stocks is accessibility to stocks. And going back to Mrs. Isay's presentation and Jamie Dimon's comment, for example, if there's an area that is shut down that is normally fished, the economics of that are going to reverberate through the fishing community. And in the example that Ms. Isay gave, maybe affect the economics of a harbor and accessibility of fishermen and people to food there. So to be brief, I'm asking this body to consider having some sort of formal infrastructure liaison, someone like that, to be involved at least as collecting information and feeding it back to the Pacific Fisheries Management Council to see how some of these state level actions might affect federally managed fish. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bond on his testimony? Jamie Dimon, then Corey Ridings. Jamie?
I'm going to ask, thank you, Chair Hassemer, just for clarification and for the benefit of those who are not familiar with what Mr. Bond is referring to is MPAs. There's a new round of MPA proposals that are out there that would create either expanding the existing or also creating new MPAs. There's also several petitions that would allow more access. So Mr. Bond, I just want to clarify that is what you are referring to with the MLPA.
I am, yeah. So what I'm referring to is the opportunity of more closures, particularly closures that are really important. And then there's a couple, but there's one that is asking for allowing commercial take of economically viable sea urchin, and then there's another one that's asking for the opening of highly migratory species take in particular or certain gear methods within the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary where there's overlap with the state MPAs. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Ms. Diamond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Bond, for tuning in today and providing public comment. To my knowledge, this is the first time we've heard from you and your group, if I'm not incorrect. So thank you for showing up and being here. My question is, I briefly went to your website and you talked a little bit about communities. I'm wondering if you could sort of introduce yourself a little bit more and tell us sort of what communities you represent or are trying to support through your work. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. I would say we're trying to represent any community that fishes or uses, to use the term consumptive, has a consumptive use to the ocean, any community. And so, as you know, like I found out about these meetings, this one, the Fish and Game Commission meetings, and those are very hard for most people to access. This isn't my full-time job. I do other things. And so I grew up in areas where marine reserves were put in place. And so young me wouldn't be able to fish there anymore. And so it just became a passion piece. But to be really specific, recreational rod and reel fishermen, spear fishermen, hook and line, and any commercial fishermen, just community as a whole that use the ocean for consumptive purposes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Further questions? Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Bond. I'm just going to briefly respond also in terms of liaising with the Fish and Game Commission. You know, we do have California Department of Fish and Wildlife here on the council. They are obviously a major part of the Fish and Game Commission, and there's a lot of other interest holders in the room who do that as well. So in terms of a more formal relationship, not sure what that means, but always be sure to know that CDF&W is there and trying to create that connective thread between these two governance bodies.
Fantastic. Would you suggest that we work more with them when looking at having a voice in the Pacific Fisheries Management Council realm? Because I see how there's coordination, let's say, for groundfish that are affected by your rulemaking in state waters. How would we have that same sort of communication level back and forth between the body that you represent and the state body? Are you suggesting we drive that through the department more than through this body?
Marcy Remco, you want to respond to that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi there. I'm Marcy Yaremko. I am the designee from the state of California's Department of Fish and Wildlife, who's here today under this agenda item. As Corey Writings mentioned, I think you're a new face and voice for us here around the council table.
Yeah, first time.
Yep, and we appreciate your engagement here today. The council is a very intricate and complex process, but what I would say to make it simple is that there are a number of stakeholders in the consumptive industries, whether it be groundfish or highly migratory species or coastal pelagics or salmon, that are here representing those interests from various fishery sectors in California. So I'd be happy to have someone connect with you to give you maybe a brief tutorial on who those advisors might be. They are posted in the council roster that's available on the website. And there is contact information there available to you. So we'd encourage you to connect directly with your representatives in this forum. I know many of them are following activities of the California Fish and Game Commission and are actively engaged in both processes. So they might be a great resource for you. Thanks.
Great. That's awesome to hear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Matt, for
Thank you.
joining us. Let me check back if Mr. Hensel has been able to join. Doesn't look like he's on, so that completes our public testimony. Our next topic is we're going to have some changing of seats in here, and we'll get into our salmon agenda items. So let's take 10 minutes, let everybody get resettled here, and be back in 10. All right, thank you. Before we get started on the agenda item, few seats have changed since we did roll call this morning. We now have Sheila Lynch in the general counsel seat, Susan Bishop for NIMS, Mr. John North in the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife seat. When I scan the room, Kyle Attic in the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. I think that's it. Didn't miss anybody there. So welcome all of you. And with that, we're going to start our salmon management items. C1, the National Marine Fisheries Service report. I'll turn it over to Angela Forrestal to give us the overview. Angela.
Thank you. This is agenda item C1, National Marine Fisheries Service report for salmon. The National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region and North and Southwest Fisheries Science Centers will be briefly reporting on recent developments related to salmon fisheries and issues of interest to the Council. The West Coast region is going to be providing an update on regulatory activities, and you will be receiving a presentation from the North and Southwest Fisheries Science Center on relevant salmon research topics. The Council tasks under this agenda item is discussion and comment as appropriate, and you do have one individual signed up to provide public comment.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview before we begin? And not seeing any, then I will turn it over to Ms. Susan Bishop for the NIMS report. Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, council members. Nice to be here. I will be reporting on agenda item C1A, Supplemental NIMS Report 1, and that is the NIMS National Marine Fisheries Service Report 1 for regulatory activities. I'll be followed with by my scientific counterpart reporting on recent research of interest to the Council. I am going to report on two things for you today. One is the status of the rebuilding plan for Queet Spring Summer Chinook, and the other is the status of a series of listing determinations that we've made recently. With regard to the status of Queet Spring Summer Chinook rebuilding plan, on February 19th, 2026, there's a typo in your report that should be 2026 as opposed to 2025. NIMS published a Federal Register notice. The link is there if you'd like to look at it. Proposing to approve and implement the rebuilding plan recommended by the Council for the stock. As you recall, in 2023, the stock was considered overfished. In 2025, with new information, the status of the stock changed from not overfished to rebuilding status. However, the rebuilding plan will be part of the framework to manage the stock until the stock is determined to be rebuilt. If you'd like to comment on the rule, the comments must be received on or before March 23rd, 2026. With regard to the second topic, NIMS has received a series of petitions in the last couple, in 2022 and 2023 on the Washington Coast Chinook ESU, the Oregon Coast and Southern Oregon, Northern California Chinook ESU, and the Olympic Peninsula Steelhead Distinct Population Segment, DPS. Recently, NIMS concluded that listing of none of the ESUs or DPSs was warranted, and the reasons I've summarized in the report that you can see here. Also, at the time that the petitions were made for the Washington Coast Chinook ESU and the Oregon Coast, Southern Oregon, Northern California Coast Chinook ESU, there was also a request to break out the spring run life history. In that case, NIMS determined that the spring run component did not meet the ESU policy and that the ESU should not be partitioned by run timing for either of those ESUs, and that also did not find any portions of either ESU that were both significant and facing higher risk of extinction than the ESU range-wide. So NIMS declined to list either ESU or to list any portion of those two ESUs. Similar with the Olympic Peninsula Steelhead Population DPS, NIMS has found that listing is not warranted, and again, did not identify any portions of the DPS that were significant and facing higher levels of extinction than the DPS as a whole. Finally, the status of the Upper Klamath Trinity River Chinook ESU determination. We received a petition in 2017 That status of that determination remains unchanged, and the investigation is ongoing. That concludes my report. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Bishop on the National Marine Fisheries Service report? Looking around, I see no hands, though. Thank you very much. Then we'll go to the Science Center report. And there's Dr. Field to present that. Good morning, John.
Council members, yes, I'm John Field with the Southwest Center Fisheries Ecology Division. I'm currently taking a stint as the acting director for the division, but as many of you know, I'm a little more comfortable in the groundfish side of things than the salmon. So I believe I have Dr. Mantua, who's the head of our salmon ecology team, online to answer some of the questions. Dr. Mantua put together the PowerPoint that we have that hopefully council staff can post, present here so that I can cover some of the manuscripts that we were going to discuss.
They're working on getting
Great.
that. There it
Perfect.
is.
Thank you. So I'm going to cover some of the Northwest and Southwest Center research highlights over the last year. We can go to the next slide. It was a pretty productive year. 73 salmon-related publications came out that had participation from one of the two centers. The greatest number won habitat restoration, management, and remote sensing. The next greatest number, 12 of them related to genetics, genomics, and evolution. Another 12 were related to ocean ecology, 8 to freshwater ecology, 8 to life history diversity, and some others to fish health, toxicology, viability, and a number of other topics. So all in all, a pretty productive year. If we could go to the next slide. So one manuscript worth discussing a little more was an analysis by Michael Ford and co-authors about abundance trends of Pacific salmon during a quarter century of ESA protection. This took a closer look at salmon and steelhead ESUs and found that the status of many listed ESUs has improved since listing, and that listed EFUs have generally done better than unlisted. But both of these generalizations are a little more true for populations in the Pacific Northwest relative to those in California. Among the protected populations, Chinook, chum, and sockeye had higher median trends than coho and steelhead, and for most of the DPSs, trends in harvest rates and hatchery releases were relatively stable during this period, which made the comparisons a little more appropriate. Trends and indicators related to freshwater marine climate were generally negative for most salmon. So the next slide is discussing a paper on climate change and marine food webs led by Lisa Crozier and co-authors. They evaluated 36 different connections among salmon and other key functional groups in marine food webs using qualitative network models. Their analysis showed that certain types of configurations produce consistently negative outcomes for salmon regardless of the specific values for some of the links or connections among the trophic groups. Salmon outcomes shifted from 30 to 84% negative when consumption rates by multiple competitor and predator groups increase following perturbations from climate, the kind of perturbations you'd see from things like the 2015-16 large marine heat wave. And feedbacks between salmon and marine mammals were particularly important in that analysis. So there's a lot of good work there. Next slide. The next paper we were hoping to highlight, I'm a little more familiar with this one. I played a little bit of a role in it. This is a discussion of widespread thiamine or vitamin B1 deficiency in California salmon and steelhead. I think the council's heard a little bit more about this, but a manuscript that really documenting some of the connections and linkages came out last year. Thiamine deficiency has been documented in California Chinook, coho, and steelhead since 2020. It's seems to be most significant for Central Valley Chinook, especially winter and late fall run, but at times it's impacted Klamath and Trinity fish as well. Multiple lines of evidence discussed in this paper really kind of clarify that anchovy-dominated ocean diets seem to be the proximate cause. Anchovy are high in thiaminase, an enzyme that degrades thiamine, which animals need to live, and in particular eggs and fry need to develop. The multiple lines include gut contents, stable isotope analysis, and fatty acid signatures in both salmon eggs and the prey field. So it's really this phenomena seems to be really a consequence of the very booming population of northern anchovy that we've observed in the coastal ocean south of Mendocino since about 2018 through the present. Injections of thiamine seem to be effective in treating winter and spring run if they can be captured prior to spawning, and egg bath treatments are also being used in hatcheries to address this. And there's a lot of ongoing continuing research on this topic. Next slide. This was a manuscript to highlight by Brian Burke and co-authors that focus on improving salmon marine survival models with covariance map indices. So this actually has a really nice website. Along with it, they created this website that allows users to upload a salmon abundance time series, calculate the sea surface temperature covariance map that relates to that time series as a function of lag and season. The maps that are shown in the PowerPoint here relate to April-June covariance maps of sea surface temperatures against Columbia River salmon and steelhead abundance, lag to the year of ocean entry. And what you see is that all the patterns are a little bit different, but most of them kind of follow the kind of cool phase PDO-like pattern. And I think this is maybe a slide or a paper to keep in mind as you hear from the ESR group about potential topics for additional review, because some of the changes in how the PDO is kind of described and behaves would be relevant to this kind of work. Next slide, please. I am aware that there's a lot and you guys are behind, so I'm going to try and go just a bit faster here. This was a paper that just came out on advanced remote sensing technologies in support of fisheries management by Lee Harrison co-authors. They developed a workflow for better mapping riverine salmon habitat quality using uncrewed aircraft systems, spectrally based remote sensing, and particle image velocimetry. Had to look up what that was, and I'm not going to pretend that I can explain it. But the bottom line is that the implications are that he's integrating these uncrewed data collection systems and remote sensing techniques can really provide a much more efficient approach for mapping freshwater salmon habitats. If we go to the next slide, this was a paper by Catherine Sobosinski and co-authors on assessing the cumulative impacts of nearshore habitat restoration efforts for multiple populations of juvenile salmon in Whidbey Basin, Washington, described innovative methods for science synthesis related to the evaluation of cumulative effects for ecosystem restoration, and essentially it provides a transferable framework to evaluate the cumulative success of multiple and often disparate restoration actions intended to support salmon recovery. The next slide, please. This was a report that came out. This was led by researchers at California Trout on Klamath River fishery restoration based on using a sonar at the Klamath Iron Gate Dam to estimate salmon abundance above the prior limits to anadromy. So there's been a lot of work to try and figure out how to better, more effectively monitor what's going on in a habitat that's recently opened up by the removal of Iron Gate. And the idea is that there could be a lot more opportunities to obtain information on Chinook above Iron Gate using these kind of novel sonar methods relative to more traditional surveys that really aren't capable of monitoring all areas where salmon are spawning. Next slide, please. This was a manuscript by Peter Wesley et al., I apologize, on environmental factors and habitat attributes contributing to the straying of Columbia River Chinook salmon populations. They used mark recapture data from 19 populations of Chinook salmon over 23 years in the Columbia River Basin to estimate rates of immigration and immigration. They found lower rates of straying from larger basins relative to smaller basins. They found that straying decreased in years when relatively higher number of salmon returned, and they found that higher, warmer water temperatures were positively associated with increased rates of straying, suggesting that dispersal rates may increase in a warming world. Next slide, please. This was a paper by Kimberly Evans et al. On reconstructing salmon growth trajectories through biochronologies across a highly variable growth scape. Used experimental enclosures and habitats with known differences in growth potentials in order to validate otolith growth models, identify habitat areas of high and low growth in wild-caught populations. This provides a useful framework for assessing and monitoring fish responses to habitat restoration and changing environment. Next slide, please. This was a manuscript by Ben Burford and co-authors in Santa Cruz, describing how improved water quality for Central Valley salmon. Basically, the authors show how conditions associated with migration preparation, initiation, and successful passage for smolts could be regulated to benefit migrants by controlling the release of water from storage reservoirs. In some of their simulations and analyses, they estimated that this facilitated migration could increase the number of successful outmigrants by 43 to 479% relative to the status quo. Non-trivial increases there. The next slide is another manuscript by many of the same authors, also led by Ben Burford, more focused on improving water quality than quantity for Central Valley salmon. This study used respirometry data, telemetry studies, population modeling, and predator-prey experiments to identify key ecological thresholds in which small changes in temperature or oxygen could have outsized impacts on salmon populations by allowing juveniles to evade non-native predators. So basically, if water is a little cooler, there's a little more oxygen, the fish are going to be more capable of an escape response. And the last paper we were going to highlight is related to life cycle success and return of salmon to Puta Creek by Lauren Hitt and co-authors. Excuse me. This was a study of a dam-controlled stream flowing through an area of intensive agriculture just a few miles away from us here on the outskirts of Davis, where salmon were unlikely to occur prior to the rehabilitation of more natural flow regime. The authors used otolith from salmon carcasses recovered from the creek to determine the river or hatchery of origin for 5 spawning year classes, and documented successful reproduction, outmigration, survival, and natal homing back to the creek in recent years. So it's a nice demonstration of the positive impact of restoration efforts to create new spawning habitat. And then the last slide is simply a closer for questions, and I guess I would also add that I'm quite new to this. Nate Mantua, Dr. Mantua is quite new to this, so we would also welcome feedback as to whether that was too much, too fast, too little, and what else you might like to see from us in future science reports.
Well, thank you for presenting that. I always find it very interesting and need to look into some of that. Look around and see if there are any questions. And he said Dr. Mantua is also online. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Field. It's great to see you up here, salmon item. I'm looking at slide 12, and this is about the facilitated migration analysis. I was just curious, your slide explains that it's depending on the population evaluated, the increase is dramatic or somewhat less dramatic. Can you tell us what runs in particular were analyzed and which had the most benefit?
I don't know if I can. Here is where I would love to phone a friend and see if Dr. Mantua could speak a little more to that, as he's much more familiar with the analysis.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so this study was using data from Red Bluff Diversion Dam, the outmigrants that are sampled at a screw trap there. And the populations are mostly winter run and fall run Chinook salmon in the Sacramento River. And I will have to look into which of those populations had the better benefits because I don't know off the top of my head.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Field, for the presentation and the pretty sobering, so many ways to tell the challenging story of managing salmon. And I was really struck in the under C2, the document that says the failure of several stocks to reproduce often cannot be rectified with the cessation of all fishing. So we're being reminded of all the reasons why. And I was really struck by that. Wow, 479%. That's a great return on your money. So on your first slide where you talked about the number of publications in different categories, the very last one was economics. And I just have to point out that these are all great figures and great information. Clearly, all of this challenge in managing these fisheries is reflected in what happens in the coastal communities.
Yes.
So maybe next time you can bring whatever economic study. I was adding the numbers thinking, well, it might be 1/2 left for economics, but it'd be great to see. I'm sure everybody in this room, particularly people in the back, already know this, but when you go to the Bureau of Reclamation or whatever, this 479% is a great figure to say, can we have more water? But what does it mean in terms of survival of our coastal communities and our fisheries, particularly in California? So look forward to learning more about that. Thank you again. Thank you also for, in every slide you put implications. That's so helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Lent, for the comment. And I think I could say that I'm aware of a couple publications that are in progress currently, and I would look forward to having more to report on this type of thing in the next report as well.
Thanks. John North.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Dr. Field, for that presentation. It was quite interesting. I don't know if this is a fair question, but maybe you or Dr. Manteau on that Klamath River sonar work by Cal Trout. I was just curious, like how successful the sonar is at discerning coho from Chinook as they in the images. But
thank you, Mr. North, for the question. Through the chair, I will definitely pass that one on to Dr. Mantua. I don't have
Yes.
it today.
All right. Yeah. So at that monitoring site, they have paired the sonar imagery with tangle netting so that they can get timing and size associated with Chinook, coho, and steelhead passing. And they've done a really great job and found a very good correspondence with different size and timing classes with the imagery. So they have a very high capability of distinguishing steelhead, coho, and Chinook salmon with the kind of fish that have been passing there. And this is the second year of monitoring at that location using the sonar and the tagging study.
thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Field, and welcome, Dr. Mantua. My question is regarding actually all of these papers. The two that stuck out to me were the strain paper as well as the Central Valley paper Marcy noted. And my question is around, is there any action that's being taken by NIMS or a partner agency or a tribe to actually implement any of these findings or inform management?
Thank you, Ms. Riding, through the chair, for the question. I would probably, again, defer to Dr. Mantua or Ms. Bishop or somebody from the region who might be a little more familiar with exactly how these are playing out through the management arena.
I'll say that the study on water quantity being used to help improve migration conditions in the Central Valley has had an effect that there's been a partnership among the water managers in the Central Valley at the major reservoirs with other stakeholders and agencies to test some pulse flows and do that at a time of year when we're tagging and releasing smolts and tracking the outmigration speed and survival of fish that are experiencing pulse flows or not. And they have found substantial benefits to the outmigration survival rates with this timed release. So that's been really heartening to see. And some of that actually happened while the data was coming together for this study. So that's ongoing to try and continue to bring this information to the water managers so that it can be considered in reservoir release strategies. And discussions are also underway around that water quality aspect that brings in temperature and how that affects the aerobic scope and performance of both the cold water salmon and then the warmer water predators that they're dealing with during their outmigration.
Thank you. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I cannot speak to all of the papers that Dr. Mentia and Dr. Field summarized today, but I can tell you, speaking from the management side of things, that we are constantly working with the science centers to use the information that they have to update things like survival rates. The second line down, genetics, genomics, and evolution sticks out to me in terms of the hatchery management that we do. So we're always updating the work that we do to make sure that we're using the most recent science in the evaluation of hatchery programs or changes in release strategies, things like that. So there's a very tight relationship between the science centers and their work and informing our management.
Thanks.
And I would say another really nice example of science and management working very closely together is around the issue of thiamine deficiency, where the action agencies and science center, with help from universities and other science groups in other agencies, have been working very closely together to learn about this problem and then to develop mitigation actions. And those include the treatments that are being done routinely now in California's hatcheries. So that is something that is expanding with the monitoring across the whole West Coast. They're doing some monitoring now in Alaska, British Columbia, and throughout the Pacific Northwest to try and get a better handle on the scope of this problem for West Coast salmon.
Thank you. Other questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express a lot of gratitude to Dr. Mantua and Dr. Field today. I thought this was a really great presentation, very accessible. Dr. Field may have a future in salmon yet, just in case you're looking for any career change. But I more seriously, looking at the range of information that the new information that's come along in this summary again on this slide that we're looking at today, 73 salmon-related publications. Given the challenges that NIMS has faced over the last year, loss of staff, funding, things like that, to me, this is very impressive output. And I just want to express my appreciation for the work that the centers do and being here today to present the information to the council.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Dr. Field, Dr. Mantua.
Thank you.
That completes all our NIMS reports, I believe, and there are no advisory management or advisory body reports. So we will go to public comment. I know we have a sign up on the screen before us, Barry Day. And I saw him in the back. There he is. I think it's still safe to say good morning, Barry.
Good morning. You surprised me. I thought I'd be a little later. But I'm California commercial troll fisheries, obviously. This season coming up, well, one, for me to start off doing it, normally I'm running up and tackle and etc. there, like to give you an idea, 12 spoons you're paying over $100 for now. All right, lead weights. There'll be $180 on one of those for my main lines, etc. there. So generally it's in the thousands what I'm pumping out for to get the boat set up. And I'm coming here at the moment, talking with the guys here, and I'm getting the feeling we're just getting buffered out of the industry here at the moment. So, one, our numbers of the fish we can actually catch on the ocean has gone down. I think that was by use Noah there at, from what it used to be to 50%. Okay, we've got that buffer. We've also now, and this is what the crux of what I'm really getting at is a catch limit per week on what we can do when you've already got that buffer there. Why can't it be managed from there on the allowable catch? Because with that buffer, there's too many unknowns there. Some weeks we'll catch fish, some weeks we won't. And on the weeks we don't catch fish, will that cross over to us? Because I'm sure we'll be penalised if we catch too many. But if we don't get enough, can that be transferred there? But basically, the point is we're getting buffered out with all these constraints, which leads to a point there. Is it worth going fishing this year? I still don't know. We'll see what pans out here. But my main objection is that quota on each boat. That's my point, yeah.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Day on his testimony? And seeing no questions, thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes everything, I believe. I will check in with Angela. Anything else we need to do on this agenda item?
No, as long as the council has completed their discussion and comment under this agenda item, your work here is complete.
All right, I will take one more look around and see if anybody has any closing comments here, items to discuss. Not seeing any, then we will close out C1. And my clock says 12:02, which seems like a good time to break for lunch. So let's be back here at 1 o'clock. All right, let's start finding our chairs here. The music has ended, so everyone, like musical chairs, should be seated. Okay, welcome back. Get started back in on our salmon agenda items, and we are on C2, review of 2025 fisheries, summary of 2026 forecasts. I'll turn back to Angela Forstall for the overview. Angela.
Thank you. This is agenda item C2. Under this agenda item, the council will review the stock assessment fisheries evaluation report, also known as the review of ocean salmon fisheries, and stock abundance projections, which are in preseason report 1. Information related to if stocks meet stock status determinations for non-Endangered Species Act listed and non-hatchery stocks are evaluated in the SAFE document related to their status determination criteria for overfishing, overfished, not overfished, rebuilding, and rebuilt. And these are initially evaluated relative to the stocks determination criteria in preseason report 1 and noted at being at risk of approaching an overfished condition based on current forecasts and last year's preseason fishery structures. This evaluation will be updated in preseason report 3 once the upcoming salmon seasons are determined. There are 3 stocks that are required to have ACL specified. These are the Sacramento River Fall Chinook, Klamath River Fall Chinook, and Willapa Bay Coho. The ACLs are equivalent to the acceptable biological catches and are specified based on formulas described in the Salmon FMP. Preseason Report 1 does also contain an analysis of the 2025 regulations on projected 2026 abundances for coho and some Chinook stocks. And this analysis is intended to provide perspective on how fisheries might need to be modified for the coming year to accommodate for the new abundance forecasts. The Salmon technical team will review the results of the SAFE document for 2025 and the abundance projections and ACLs for 2026. And the Scientific and Statistical Committee will review the forecasts for the 3 stocks that are required to have ACLs specified and determine if the forecasts represent the best scientific information available for use in modeling for this year's fisheries. Under this agenda item, in addition to an excerpt of the Salmon FMP, you do have attached the review and preseason 1 reports. You also have 2 supplemental reports from the STT. I will note that the second STT report does include additional information to the preseason report 1 that had been posted earlier, as well as an SSC report. And the council tasks under this agenda item are to adopt the 2026 stock forecasts, ABCs, and ACLs, and to take any action relative to stock status determination as necessary. And finally, you do have 2 individuals signed up for public comment, although to my understanding, this is actually one group that have just signed up for 2 slots, so you get called up together.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview? And I am not seeing any, so then we will go right to the reports. And I think first off is Dr. Michael Farrell on the STT reports. Good afternoon, Mike.
Afternoon, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I will be providing an overview of the preseason 1 report and the review of 2026, 5 ocean fisheries, and I'll get going on that now here. With regard to the review of 2025 ocean salmon fisheries is posted to the council's website and March briefing book on February 26. The updated document includes minor corrections to some text section 2.1.2, Sacramento River winter and spring Chinook, table 1 through 5, I5, I should say, council area commercial and recreational ocean salmon fishery effort and landings by management area. Table B3, Sacramento River late fall, winter and spring Chinook spawning escapement and numbers of fish. There are changes to the footnotes there. Table B19, estimates of in-river run size catch and escapement and numbers of Columbia River adult upriver bright stock fall Chinook destined for areas above McNary Dam and the Deschutes River. Chapter 1, the coastside summary. As far as quota attainment is concerned, treaty troll Chinook quotas were not met, 72% of the overall quota. Coho quotas were attained at a 99% of the percent of the quota. For Washington, non-Indian troll and coho overall forecasts were attained, both at 99%. With regards to Washington recreational, mark selective coho quotas were attained in most sub-areas, which closed before the scheduled end dates. The exception was Westport, 91% of the quota fished, 91% of the quota fished to scheduled end date. For Chinook, guidelines attainment ranged from 45% to 76%. Most sub-areas closed before the scheduled end dates upon attainment of the respective coho quotas. The exception was Westport, which was 63% of the guideline, fished to scheduled end date. And across sub-areas, the total was 60% of the quota for Chinook and 95% for coho. For south of Falcon troll fisheries from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain, it took approximately half of the September non-selective coho quota. Oregon recreational fisheries took 78% of the coho mark selective quota and 57% of the non-mark selective coho quota. With regard to projected versus observed harvest in Washington, Chinook and coho observed catch was similar to or lower than projections for both the treaty troll and non-Indian commercial troll. Oregon Chinook troll catch, Falcon to Humbug was slightly higher than the preseason catch projection. And Oregon recreational Chinook catch was also slightly higher than projected, except for Humbug Mountain to the Oregon-California border, which was similar to the projection. California troll fisheries were closed. California recreational catch was higher than projected. Moving on to Chapter 2, Chinook salmon management. Table 2-6 on page 63 summarizes the Chinook escapement, stock status, and exploitation rates. Klamath River fall Chinook now meet the criteria for not overfished rebuilding based on escapements from 2023 to 2025. That's an improvement for that stock that was previously overfished. Queets spring summer Chinook continue to meet the criteria for not overfished rebuilding based on 2022 and 2020 through 2024 escapements. No stocks currently experienced overfishing based on most recent year exploitation rates. Section 2.1.2 text was updated to reflect new monitoring methodologies for the Feather River spring Chinook, which now allows for estimation of total hatchery and natural area escapement. Chapter 3, coho salmon management. Table 3-7 summarizes coho escapement and stock status. No stocks meet the criteria for overfished or experiencing overfishing. Chapter 4 is socioeconomics. Commercial non-tribal landings in 2025 were 8.8 million. Landings in 2025 totaled 8.8 million, 40% above 2024's total. Recreational, 173,200 recreational angler trips were taken in 2025, an increase of 25% from 2024, in part because of the openings in California. Treaty commercial, total ex-vessel revenue in 2025 was 9% above 2024 and 36% above the 2020 through 2024 average. And I won't go into the details of the rest of this in terms of pre-1 or the review. Appendix A has catch and effort information. Appendix B, escapement information. Appendix C has the regs. And finally, Appendix D has economic data. Okay, moving on to preseason report 1. Some sections of Chapter 5 in the document posted in the March briefing book indicated that the information would be available at the March meeting. This information, along with the revisions to Chapter 2 section, the Chapter 2 section on the OFL, ABC, and ACL for Klamath River Fall Chinook is provided in the STT Supplemental Report 2. Chapter 1, description of the affected environment. Summary of Chinook forecast is in table I-1. Sacramento River Fall Chinook forecast of 392,000 is higher than last year. Winter run forecast is up relative to 2025 as well. Klamath River Fall Chinook is relatively low, 172,000, mostly H3 fish. Abundance forecasts for the Columbia River spring Chinook runs are generally similar to or lower than the 2025 forecast. Columbia River summer Chinook forecast is slightly higher than 2025. Columbia River fall stock forecasts are slightly lower than 2025. Washington Coast and Puget Sound stocks are kind of a mixed bag with some up and some down, but generally similar to 2025. With regard to coho forecasts, OPIH forecast is slightly higher than 2025. The new methodology was adopted in 2023, revised in 2025. LCN natural coho is higher than 2025, but could be a limiter for the ocean fisheries this year. OCN coho is slightly lower than 2025. Washington Coast and Puget Sound coho generally similar to or higher than last year. Spray to Juan de Fuca coho is in critical status this year. Last year the status was low and could be a limiting factor for fisheries this year. Chapter 2 is a Chinook salmon assessment, description of forecast, computation of ABC, ACL, OFL, forecast performance. Sacramento River Fall Chinook max exploitation rate of 52% is higher than last year. Winter run forecasts are higher than last year, as I mentioned previously. It results in a max exploitation rate, allowable H3 impact rate of 20%. Let's see here. Klamath River Fall Chinook forecast is higher than 2025, resulting in that previously stated 25% exploitation rate, which is the de minimis exploitation rate. With regard to the Columbia River, Lower Columbia natural Tule ER will be maximum of 41%, same as last year. Chapter 2 provides more information on Oregon Coast, Washington Coast, and Puget Sound forecasts. Sacramento River Fall Chinook north of Falcon Harvest for 2025 was added to Table 2-2. On the last page now. Chapter 3 is coho salmon assessment, description of forecast, computations of ABC, ACL, OFL, forecast performance are in this chapter. The OPIH abundance forecast for 2026 is 519,300 coho, slightly higher than the forecast from last year and 84% of the preliminary 2025 postseason estimate. ER limits for LCN and OCN are 23% and 30% respectively, same as last year. 2026 coho forecasts for Washington Coast and Puget Sound are generally similar to or higher than last year. Some hatchery stocks are lower in particular regions. Pink salmon assessment, Chapter 4. This is an even-numbered year, and thus pink salmon will not be a factor in 2026 fisheries. Chapter 5, an analysis of the no-action alternative. Table V-4 displays past escapements and the forecast 2026 escapement given 2025 fisheries. All coho stocks in V4 The geomean is based only on escapements from 2023 and 2024 because the 2025 escapements are not yet available, and 2026 forecasts. No coho stocks were identified as being at risk of approaching an overfish condition or experiencing overfishing under the no action alternative. Table V-5 displays post and preseason ACL, OFL, and escapement information. Table V-6, coho FRAM was run with 2025 fisheries operating on 2026 abundances. Under these conditions, all coho stocks were achieving their 2026 management objectives. And we note that the 2026 forecast for Canadian stocks and proxy 2026 Canadian fisheries are not yet available, but will be available for the April Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. And I can try to take any questions that might come up.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. O'Farrell on those reports? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. Not really a question, but observation, I guess, on pre-1, Chapter 3, on pages 48, 49, you got a nice summary of the revised ARIMA forecast method that we used for OPIH coho we adopted that, last March, I guess it was. And then it compares the actual return to that forecast, and it looks like we came in at about 80%. Our prediction was 80% of what actually came in, so about 20% off, which is not bad. But just an observation that had we not made that adjustment last year, the previous forecast would have been roughly 50% of the actual return. So I just wanted to acknowledge, I think that we all did the right thing last year when we saw some anomalies and we provided that flexibility to make that change. I think it was significant improvement. So thanks.
Thank you, John. Other questions? Comments? Not seeing any, so thank you, Dr. O'Farrell. Next, we have the Scientific and Statistical Committee report. Dr. Galen Johnson. Good afternoon, Galen.
Good afternoon, Chair Hosmer and Council. I am Galen Johnson. I will be reading the SSE statement. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed the review of 2025 ocean salmon fisheries and preseason report 1 for 2026. The SSE was provided with draft excerpts from pre-1 covering Sacramento River Falls Chinook, Klamath River Falls Chinook, and Willapa Bay natural coho forecasts 4 days before the SSE meeting. There were unanticipated challenges modeling the Sacramento and Klamath River Falls Chinook, so a full draft of the report was not provided until the first day of the SSE meeting. And this SSE statement is based on that version of the document. The SSE was already in session when it received pre-1, preventing meaningful review and discussion. The Council sets annual catch limits for Sacramento River Falls Chinook, Klamath River Falls Chinook, and the Willapa Bay natural coho. Pre-1 provides the ACLs for these stocks in Table V5. The SSC's review is based on the preliminary version posted on the first day of the SSC meeting. The SSC understands that the forecasts were made using the previously endorsed methods and found the calculations of the acceptable biological catches and corresponding ACLs based on the preliminary forecast for all 3 stocks to be arithmetically correct. After the review, a revised forecast was made and communicated to the SSC, though the reason for that change was not conveyed. Given the short review period, fluctuations in the forecast, and unknown reasons for these changes, the SSC does not have the information necessary to endorse the specific values of the ABCs. The Salmon Technical Team joined the SSC to discuss the review of fisheries in pre-1, and the SSC appreciates the work of the STT in compiling these reports and participating in our joint discussions. John Carey, the STT Vice Chair, summarized changes to the posted SAFE and pre-1 documents. The STT found some minor errors in the initially posted review that were corrected, and the tables and text were updated. Klamath River Fall Chinook now meets criteria to be classified as not overfished rebuilding. No stocks were found to be overfished or experiencing overfishing currently, though the SSC notes that the most recent exploitation rate estimates are from 2023 for some stocks. There was discussion of the exploitation rates reported in Table V4, which are calculated differently for the stocks using the Pacific Salmon Commission Chinook Technical Committee method versus the models used for the California stocks, and this difference should be documented in the reports. In addition, many reference points are based on highly dated analyses. The SSC strongly recommends that detailed methodologies producing salmon forecasts be made available, and the forecasts include standardized measures of uncertainty. The SSC notes that a published paper by Satterthwaite and Shelton presented an approach for quantifying bias and uncertainty in forecasts for several PFMC managed salmon stocks. The approach described in that paper has the potential to address evaluation of and possible revisions to forecasts and will be discussed under the risk management agenda item in September. The SSC recommends exploring this and or other frameworks for systematically using the forecast performance information in Pre-1 to identify forecasts that are especially uncertain and that the STT or agencies may want to focus on for possible improvement. Finally, the SSC briefly discussed an informational correction of the record concerning SMSY values for Oregon coastal Chinook stocks that were presented for context but were not used in the derivation of the FMSY proxy for Sacramento River Falls Chinook back in November of 2024. Values associated with capacity of Oregon coastal stocks contained a mathematical error that does not affect the FMSY values. The FMSY values presented for those stocks were correct, and those stocks were not used to derive the proxy value.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Johnson on the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Johnson. My question is regarding the last paragraph on the first page. And it says the SSC strongly recommends that detailed methodologies producing salmon forecasts be made available, and that forecasts include standardized measures of uncertainty. What kind of information did you want to see? How would you want that presented, and who does that need to be provided by?
That is a good question, Ms. Ridings. So the SSC is asked to review the forecast, but what is provided for most of the stocks in the document is just a very brief, it might say like this is a linear regression model, but it doesn't tell us exactly what data sets are used, whether the time window shifts or anything like that. And so it's hard for us to give a very confident review to things when we don't have the information of how it was done. So if the council wants us to give a very detailed and meaningful review to those things, then we need to have the kind of detail that we have for other sort of analyses that we get in front of us, like things that explain the theory behind the method, give us the equations or the code if possible, explain the data sets and how they might change from year to year. I mean, the OPIH methodology would be an example of the kind of detail we would need to give that review. So it would probably come through the STT, but a lot of those forecasts are not done by the STT, so hopefully they would just be the conveyance and not actually the producers of all of that. But as it is, we just have to have a lot of trust at this point, and rather than careful review in order to sign off on those. Does that help?
Other questions? Marcia Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Regarding your statement about the SSC's inability to endorse the specific ABC values right now based on the update that happened kind of after you've already received the materials for this meeting, did you discuss a pathway forward for possibly endorsing the values in April? Maybe you can discuss procedurally how we might proceed in light of this.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yaremko. So we did discuss it a bit. This was a really unusual situation to be in when we'd already closed discussion on the item and found out that something we'd kind of given approval to had changed, and just made us very uncomfortable. And so we would be happy to revisit it in April, or if things need to be really rushed, I guess, like even before then, if this rose to what you all saw as needing a special meeting. So, we can revisit it at any point when I guess the forecasts have kind of stabilized and there is a available draft that explains what it was. Or, we've also said we're open to reviewing pre-1 and methods and stuff, like even in the summer, kind of after the chaos of preseason has passed. So we didn't decide on any one thing, but nothing is off the table.
Other questions? Susan Bishop, and then John, did you have your hand up earlier? We'll come back to you if that's okay. Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I was having a question about the same thing that Marcy did in terms of just wanting to better understand specifically where the uncertainty is. And so the statement indicates that the SSC understands that the forecasts were made using the previously endorsed methods and found the calculations of the acceptable biological catches and corresponding ACLs based on the preliminary forecasts arithmetically correct. So it sounds like, if I understand that paragraph correctly, the only thing that has changed in terms of the information coming in is the forecast. So the methodology is the same. All the other sort of foundational pieces of how you calculate the ACLs are the same. It's the forecast that changed, that input changed. Did I that understand correctly?
Thanks, Ms. Bishop. So what's presented in the report is kind of like, we don't see the data sets that were used. We don't look at the code, and we certainly didn't have time to kind of explore it outside of, we were meeting as an SSC by the time we got the pre-1. So our initial review was based on trusting that things were done properly, which many members are already sort of uncomfortable with, not being able to actually look at how it was actually done. But we do trust, if we were trusting the process, then we did check the math on the ACLs, and that was correct. But then to find out actually the forecast wasn't done correct made us less comfortable with those assumptions. So we just wanted to have extra time and more information about it before putting a stamp of approval on anything.
Follow up, Susan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I understand, the piece that I think I'll just reiterate the question, the piece that has changed is the forecast. So with the new forecast, you would basically apply the same formula that you had used previously that I know you personally had checked it initially and found to be acceptable. And so the change here is the forecast, the input into that equation is what the focus is. So I just want to make sure that no other pieces of it have changed substantially.
Correct. And the formulas themselves are laid out and shouldn't change, but because we're all humans who are working on these reports, sometimes there's a typo. So everybody just pulls out their calculator and makes sure that we get the same answer when we plug the same numbers in. And so sometimes, every once in a while, there is a math mistake, and we didn't see one this time. So, yeah, I think we're talking about the same things from different angles.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I guess my question relates to the second paragraph of the report, last sentence, revised forecast. I'm just curious, what was the numerical change in the forecast? How big a difference are we talking? I'm trying to do find the numbers here, but I think it's less than 100 fish. Does that sound right? Thank you.
If you need an audible, yes, yes. Mr. North.
Any other questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you for your patience. It just seems to me that same paragraph in the report that one of the things that the SSC has emphasized as the big unknown is the unknown reasons for the change in the forecast. And I was just curious if there might be some of the STT members that might know what the basis of that change and might help solve that mystery, and that might be useful for the council's deliberations. Don't know if that would be Dr. O'Farrell or Ms. Morgenstern or.
Would you like them to come up now?
If that's possible.
Dr. O'Farrell, can you address that, or do you have some assistance to help you in that?
Yeah, I would look to Candace to address this, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
That's wonderful. Good afternoon, Candace.
Okay, awesome. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. Yeah, I'll describe a little bit about, I guess, what led to the revised value and can characterize what changed. So one of the reasons why preseason was delayed or partially incomplete is because we were having some issues with getting the models up and running, the Klamath Ocean Harvest Model, SAC Harvest Model up and running in preparation for this meeting. And the models are used to calculate the projected escapement absent fishing. So that was the forecasted value that did change. It increased by 70 fish. So that for the projected escapement absent fishing of Klamath River Fall Chinook. So that value was previously 40,111. It increased to 40,191. And what happened is when we all got to the meeting yesterday, we had more eyes and more minds getting into the models and the inputs, and we identified a couple errors to the inputs of the model. There were just like a couple things that weren't updated from their 2025 values. Those were specifically, I believe, the ocean abundance forecast for Klamath River Fall Chinook. A stray rate wasn't updated for the current year. And I think the forecasted proportion of hatchery natural. So a few items that weren't updated from their 2025 values to current year values. And so that resulted in the change of the increase in the projected escapement absent fishing. And so that projected escapement absent fishing is used to calculate the OFL and the ABC values. So that's why those subsequent values changed. Is that a sufficient explanation? Answer the question?
Susan?
Just one more follow-up. So Ms. Morgenstern, what I think I'm hearing is that the data that had been used in the forecasting model was old data, and the data were updated to use the most available information that we had. And that resulted in the new forecast that then resulted in a new ABC provided to the SSC.
Yeah, I'd say that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's follow up and just make sure no other questions on the SSC report. Nothing? Oh, RC Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to the SSC recommendation on the methodologies for forecasts. You described that some of these are done by other agencies, and so maybe we won't be so successful in getting with requests for documentation. But maybe you can elaborate a bit on which stocks you are specifically looking for. And I know you said you're not sure who would be responsible for producing that, but what kind of detail? I think I'd be curious in knowing what you're looking for specifically and on which stocks.
And excuse me, before you do that, Candace, thank you.
Okay.
We'll take you out from under the spotlight there.
No, keep the pressure on everyone.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Yaremko. So I guess rather than naming specific stocks, I would say that for any stocks where the council wishes the SSC to really give a confident stamp of approval on the forecast, we would need to have documentation that was clear about what the equations are being used for the forecast. We would need to know the data sets, and we would need to kind of have an evaluation of, what options were looked at for forecast methodologies. Why was this one chosen? What is its performance over time? And so there was not any one stock that jumped out or any few stocks that raised alarms. It's more that we can't review things where we don't have the details in front of us. So what we can give to you is only that, if the methodologies that we've reviewed and methodology review that are more detailed and they're in the council record someplace, that when we say that we trust those methods are being followed for the forecast, like there's something we can refer back to. So when we talk about the Sacramento River forecast and the Klamath River forecast and the Willapa Bay one, those are things that have come through methodology review. We've seen them in a good level of detail, and so we feel more confident commenting on those than we do on the other forecasts that are in the report. Does that clarify?
I think so. Thank you.
Okay.
And any other questions on the SSC report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Galen. Okay, that, I believe, completes all our reports and takes us to public comment. We had some signups here. Okay, I'm going to start. And Thaddeus and James Stone and that group, correct me, are you all together as one? Okay, come on up. So, yes, just so everyone's aware, we had 3 people that were signing up for separate comment, and now you can see there's even more people there. And because they've made this more efficient, they're going to take more than 5 minutes here. So ask them to try and do it in 10, but we're going to give them some additional time. So when all of you are settled, please introduce yourselves.
Thaddeus Bettner, I'm with the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors.
James Stone, Executive Director of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association.
George Bradshaw, I'm President of PCFFA.
Sarah Bates, Commercial Salmon Troller.
Paul Butner, California Rice Commission.
John Atkinson, Golden Gate Fishermen's Association.
Good afternoon now. It's a beautiful day. Thanks for inviting us, or at least inviting me to come. I think some of these folks here attend your meetings regularly. This is my first one, and I'm already overwhelmed. But just want to say thank you for the work that you do as a council, and appreciate you having this meeting in Sacramento. One of the things that at least we want to do, and again, our group is the Sacramento River Settlement Contractors. We're water users along the main stem of the Sacramento. We extend from Sacramento, so just in the region you're sitting now in, up to Shasta Dam. About, if you drive it, it's 150 miles. It's about 250 river miles of the Sacramento. And so our landowners have been long engaged in restoration activities. We've spent a lot of our time working on improving the Pacific Flyway for birds, and Paul can talk a bit about that. A lot of terrestrial work, and then probably for about the last 15 years have really dedicated a lot of our time to improving fisheries on the Sacramento River. We kind of have a saying that if water won't get better unless fish get better, and I think our folks tend to live by that. So I just kind of want to talk a little bit about our group, specifically our landowners, and then we do want to talk about the bridge group, which kind of is this broader community here. But again, just our landowners, we've really spent a lot of time taking actions to improve conditions for fish. Since about 2014, we came to the realization in terms of restoration activities on the river, there wasn't much happening. We assumed that a lot of the agencies were doing it, but I think there was more a regulatory approach than actually doing recovery and restoration. So we took it upon ourselves to spend our own money to go and do a lot of in-river projects, spawning, rearing habitat. We screened all of our diversions. About $1 billion has been spent on screening all the diversions up and down the river. And then we work with reclamation on how to manage the system, particularly Shasta Reservoir and flows into the Sacramento River to benefit fish. And I think one thing just to remember on the Sacramento is every drop of water is used 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 times. You know, no release in water going in the river is just for agriculture. None of it's just for a city. None of it's just for fish. None of it's just for birds. Every drop of water is used for multiple purposes and trying to maximize what the system can provide. So, you know, as we, at least I sit here today, I think ways that we can work with the council, because really you're worried, at least I understand it, of what happens out in the ocean. Those fish come back up. And so from the time those adults start coming up the river, they're kind of in our hands. And so those fish coming up, we want to see them successfully spawn. We want to see eggs successfully rear. We want to see juveniles grow, and we want to see those fish migrate out of the system. So for the period of a life cycle, we actually see those fish a lot in terms of section of life cycle. In terms of days or months, not very much, but really it's a critical phase of life for fish. And I think as landowners and growers, just want to let you know that that's vitally important to us, as we see at least a success for salmon and other fish surviving the river. So with that, I'll turn it over to James.
Thank you. On behalf of NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, representing all of the recreational anglers and all the businesses and guides that we are responsible for from the Golden Gate Bridge all the way inland, it's very important to us to get our fisheries back and healthy in the condition. And you've heard me testify for over a decade now to the council about the importance of the Sacramento River. And I just want everyone to know that the Bridge Group is farmers and fishermen. We recently were in D.C. this last year in 2025 together, and it was the first time that NOAA Fisheries and the Bureau of Reclamation and U.S. Fish and Wildlife had ever had farmers and fishermen walking down the hall together, arm in arm. It was a pretty amazing thing. They've never seen that before. So we are trying to create the solutions that will try to prevent closures in the future. And our group is very optimistic that we're leading that fight and we're leading that charge with our different programs, such as the imprinting program, which is designed to put baby juvenile salmon in net pens on the main stem Sacramento River, rear them on that main stem water, allow them to imprint, and then allow them to be trucked, especially in bad water conditions or hydrological conditions that are not favorable to salmon. And then the rice field program, to where we just put 2 million fish in the rice fields, which Paul will be talking about. But our group is very excited about this partnership, and this council, I've heard you for the last 10 years say, bring the water users, bring the water users, bring the water users. We want to talk to them, so here they are.
Good afternoon, Council. You know, I didn't have anything planned to say. I think it's a great opportunity for us to all get here and, you know, start off the first day of salmon talks with a broad group that represents, I think, a lot of the fish's life cycles, you know, life timings. And we were just a handful of us, and you council members at all as well anyways, were, you know, just in a side meeting with NIMS. And I think one of the, you know, main parts that, you know, I made a comment in over there was there's a lot of really good work going on all over the place, but, you know, those pieces aren't being connected so we could actually get that recovery that we need. You know, this is another way of us connecting those pieces, right? I mean, we all have to be working together in the same direction. We could, you know, find, you know, the target. We will be able to hit it once we know. And, you know, I think that was the biggest goal that I set out on and we set out on, you know, a handful of years ago, closing our fishery. It was a terrible decision, and it was a really bad spot for us to be in. But we made the decision that we weren't going to do that without trying to find solutions. And that's where we went. We had to go different places and try to, you know, meet new people and find the other pieces, those puzzle pieces that we didn't have control of. And, you know, that is what I think this group represents. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for, you know, the water side and the riverside communities to come to this venue that has been missing from the council process, like James mentioned, that we've heard since I've been here, right? I mean, it's been a frustrating point that, you know, anything that we do in this council process and, you know, either liberating or constraining fisheries, if we don't have communications in the river and they don't they're not successful there, everything we could do here is for naught. So I think this is a great step, moving forward, and hopefully we have better futures to come.
I generally always have a lot to say, but I think actually in the interest of time, I would love it if Thad and Paul could talk about some of the projects that we've been working on together, both this net pen imprinting project and putting hatchery produced fry onto rice fields.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with this group. About 12 or so years ago, Caltrout and UC Davis and others started putting fall run hatchery fish into winter flooded rice fields to find out that they grow very, very rapidly in these environments. And so for the last 6 or 7 years or so, I've been working with UC Davis and others on trying to develop a practice that our rice growers can follow to optimize the habitat experience of salmon when they come onto our rice fields. We have about 25,000 acres of our rice fields are in the bypass areas. Every time the weir's over top, it brings the water and the fish onto those rice fields. So they've been using these rice fields all along, but again, we've never had a practice that we could recommend to the growers and have it funded. We're working with the Natural Resources Conservation Service on funding streams, et cetera, and coming along quite nicely. Again, we originally started to develop this practice to serve natural origin fish that come onto the rice fields. However, this year, as you're hearing, is the first year of a 10-year plan drafted by Fish and Wildlife Service to start putting fall run hatchery fish into winter flooded rice fields in high numbers. So this year we did put 2 million fish into 2 rice fields in the Sutter bypass here, and the project went as well as we could expect. The first year, of course, wondering how we're going to get 60,000 pound fish trucks into rice fields in the wintertime and those types of things, and I'm glad to say that all went off very nicely. The last fish actually are exiting the second of those 2 fields today. It'll be fully drained. And they're being drained into really spectacular conditions in the bypass waterway that's fully charged with a food web, and they're going to have a great experience as they leave the rice fields. Happy to answer any questions anyone has on that project.
Thank you, council members. I just want to say it's been an honor for me to be part of this group, and it's been amazing to witness the successes and how fast things are turning around. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you all. Anything else you want to say here?
Yeah, I just want to say we did include some attachments. So it kind of talks about a bit who we are, at least from water users in the bridge group, and then summarize a couple of the projects. And I think just the other thing that just to make you aware of is just how we're trying to also manage the system for the benefit of fish. I forgot to mention that Sacramento has 4 runs of salmon. It's the only river that has 4 runs. So winter run, fall run, late fall, and spring. And a lot of times we see competition for the same resource between species. So sometimes, giving cold water for winter run has come at the expense of fall run, having nothing to do with how we operate from a water user perspective. So again, ways that we can get winter run in a better place will actually improve conditions for fall run. And so again, that's just another priority of ours.
All right, thank you. Let me see if there are any questions here around the table. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for coming. This is exciting. I mean, we've read lots in the media, we've seen presentations, and this is a great opportunity. So thank you for coming together and meeting with us today. I was wondering, and I would expect your answers might vary among you, but what is your measure of success? You talk about a kind of a 10-year plan, but I'd like to understand a little bit more about what, at the end of it, what do you feel will make it successful?
Well, for us is we want to see a certain number of adults return, and I think that's part of your purpose. But really, we look at how many fish we can get out of the system and how do we maximize that and why aren't we getting fish out of the system? For example, this year, winter run, we had about 14,000 fish estimated spawn in the system. Only 10% survived to Red Bluff, which is 60 miles downstream of their spawning ground. Models say it should have been 30%. And when you say what happened, and nobody, well, it's kind of a mystery. So our goal is we need to get to answers and we need to get to understanding how do we get fish survival out, because we want to maximize fish back to the ocean. And then I think we can see at least operations of the Central Valley Project or Sacramento be more flexible to benefit other species as well. So I think that's ultimately our goal, is to be able to have a flexible management that addresses needs of the species, which is different from year to year. 1 year's operation won't meet the fish's needs every single year. So trying to be adaptable going forward.
I would say that definition of success really depends on the time frame that you're looking at. I mean, long term, this is potentially just one of many tools we have to keep our fisheries open and keep our fisheries resilient in no matter what the hydrological conditions look like. We still want to be able to go fishing. And when the hydrological conditions are good, we want 1 million fish. That's when I will say 1 million fish on the Sacramento. That, to me, I think would relieve a lot of people in this room. I mean, there's enough for the commercial fishery, there's enough for the recreational fishery, there's enough for the river fisheries, there's enough for the southern resident killer whales, there's enough so that we can manage our water operations so that every industry is still functioning and resilient. But in the short term, we're trying to measure things like production on the fields, production in the net pens, outmigration, contribution to fisheries, and there's so many ways to measure that, and that's actually one of the things that we're having a really hard time with, is how to measure all those intermediate outcomes. I won't start talking about PBT, but I will just also put that bug in everybody's ear again. Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Remco, I would just answer in a different view of what I thought success was early on. And back to the puzzle that I'm building, right, we needed communication broadly from a lot of different agencies and different user groups that was lacking. And to me, the early success was building that group that gave us the forum to have those conversations that were difficult and that were frankly lacking quite a bit. And, to me, I think that's what Johnny was speaking to, the excitement of it and the honor of being part of that process is, we have all the agencies and, all the regulatory body, people, user groups, river, ocean, engaged. And I think that was the most successful point that I've seen so far. 10 years from now, I don't know how it'll turn out. I hope, like Sarah, there's 1 million fish pumping out of this valley every single year and we're all happy. But I think the first early success was getting everybody together to be able to have these conversations.
And I'll just add that, Mr. Remco, that I think that as you're mentioning, if we were to put a specific metric on it, right, so that we had fact-based metrics here in the future, I think one of the hardest things, as you're well aware of, and your team, is that what we do today, we can't even look at that success for 3 to 4 years, right? And the analysis on those reports sometimes are backlogged in other years, so we're up to 5 years away from actually seeing historic results. But if we had to look at some short-term metrics on it, I think that what we would like to see at a very minimum is some type of contribution to the ocean fishery. That would be a success. If fish survived, they got out the Sacramento River and they contributed to this fishery. Something that's very important to also mention at this point in this response is that this doesn't just affect Californians, that this affects Oregon too, very much so. That these fish are historically 40% of your harvest, commercial and recreational harvest out of the coast of Oregon. So it's very important that we get those numbers back up, because historically the last 10 years those numbers have dwindled by more than half, and some years 80-90% of the Oregon harvest is no longer there either because of this stock. So I think it's important to see some contribution rates, and so hopefully we're going to be able to build up some of that. And then another fact-based metric, as mentioned, would be, do these fish return, right? And are they returning enough to where the strays are less than the actual return rates? And so if that is the case in 3 years, then this program will be deemed successful and then could be scaled at that point. If not, then we didn't waste that much time, but at least we weren't doing the same thing that we were doing that wasn't helping. So.
Mr. Remco, I would like to also add that seeing our coastal communities come back to life, if these projects are successful, would be a very good way to measure success, and our inland communities also. Thank you.
Thanks. Barry Tom and David Soames.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, folks, for coming to see us. Maybe a question for Thad or Paul. I mean, you bring a different perspective than we don't normally see on these things, and I was just curious, if you were to expand your efforts, would you expand and just continue to build on the existing projects that you're working on now, or are there some other new creative ideas that you've been thinking about to invest in?
Well, I think, we kind of rely on some of our growers, and nobody grows one crop anymore. They're all diversified. And I would say, at least from a salmon perspective, I think the same thing would apply, that we would want to try as many different approaches to getting to salmon recovery as possible. Obviously, we would all like to see wild fish. So ways we can improve operations of the hatcheries to use them when we need them, but then not use them when we don't need them. So I think that's kind of a goal. We see the floodplain work as a priority. A lot of the things we're already doing, like the imprinting, trying to get fish back. Sacramento, the problem, our hatchery is not on the main stem. It's the only hatchery that's not on a main stem. All the other rivers have a main stem hatchery. So we're dealing with, Battle Creek, which has a pretty small flow. So trying to get fish and navigate back to the Sacramento is pretty important. Trying to get fish back on their original spawning grounds. We're looking at moving fish above Shasta, so ways to make them a little bit more temperature resilient. I know I've known Barry for a while. He took us on a trip up in Yakima. There's a lot of side rearing. Basically they're putting fish up in boxes on the side of the river and rearing them on the side just to get them to grow faster. Predator, evasion. So to us, we want to try a lot of different things. Again, just have a portfolio approach, because every year is going to be a little bit different. So one year when it's great and we can put fish in the river, that's great. Other years when it's difficult, we may need to try some other ways to get fish to survive. So for us, we're committed to investing in kind of that portfolio approach and trying different projects. Use the landscape. Our landscape's huge. Like I said, we have 250 river miles to work with. And so what can we be doing in there to really take actions that'll benefit fish? And then, the other thing is, how do we pay for it? And kind of to James' point, when we go talk to people and say, this is what we want to do as a group, people are pretty excited about funding it. So a lot of times you don't have the money, you can't do things. But I think the other kind of power of this group has been, we can find funding, get funding to implement these sorts of projects.
Paul, did you want to add something?
Sure. Yes. Thank you. This practice that we're developing, we started it for the natural origin fish, has sort of a natural maximum based on the number of acres that we have in the bypasses. Even when we're doing this hatchery fish program, the benefit of doing it in the bypass is that the fish can find their own way off of the rice field, right? So we have 500,000 acres of rice. So, 25,000 acres is a small percentage of the rice fields that we do have. However, a practice that we're doing that we haven't mentioned yet, we call it the fish food program, because we have all these acres on the dry side that have the same beneficial food web that these fish rely on. But the fish don't have access to those fields. So we have a practice to strategically export that food off of the rice fields into the river for those juvenile fish that are sort of stuck in the river, so to speak. And of course, in some years when the bypasses don't overtop, that may be a large percentage of those juvenile fish are there in the river. So that's the way we can get more rice acres involved in salmon recovery, is by really pumping a lot of those nutrients into the river as well. That's sort of how I see this developing. Is we'll have growers in the bypasses preparing their fields to be optimized for the salmon that are there, and then those dry side fields will be feeding more salmon inside of the river.
Thank you. David Sones, and I saw Corey Ridings. David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank you guys for coming in and making your presentation. I know for us and tribes in the Northwest, this process has been very valuable to us. We started with the timber industry and managed to keep ourselves out of court, which is a lot of waste of time and money for people. Even though the tribes carry a very, very powerful hammer in trying to restore habitat and maintaining our resources, we were very willing to negotiate and work with the timber industry. We worked with the agricultural industry, realty developers, water users in all these fields that affect salmon, and have had, I believe, great success in being able to sit down and talk to each other, look at each other's issues and problems, and understand how we can address those together and stay out of the court system and find good collaborative ideas and approaches to really fixing the problems and build friendships out of it. Also, where much of us were enemies before these kind of negotiations took place. So really want to thank you for your efforts. Thank you.
Thanks. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Sarah, Johnny, James, George. This is really meaningful, and I just want to express gratitude. So thank you for all the work that you've done. Also to Thaddeus and Paul, thank you very much for your time and for coming today. It means a lot. We hear a lot about water users. We don't get to see those folks. We don't know who they are. We care about fish. It usually means we care about farming too, but it's not our area of specialty. So I appreciate your time and your willingness to participate and come engage with us. My question's following up on a couple questions we've had around here, and it sounds like there's no lack of ideas, possible next steps. The collaboration looks to be growing, and that's fantastic. I think my question is, what do you need from federal, state, and tribal governments to make some of this happen? Is it more data, specific data? Is it new methods, whether those be sort of technical, industrial, or scientific? Is it project partners? I had funding on here as the first thing, and then it sounds like maybe that's not a big deal. I don't know. If not, that's great to hear. But just wanted to be more direct on how we can facilitate next steps.
Well, I mean, my first sort of reaction would be is just get out of our way. I don't know how to how do I say that politely? Just get out of our way. No, but just kidding. I would say, I mean, I think, everybody here, we're just kind of doers, like we do things, head down, we go. And sometimes we don't see how to navigate through things sometimes. So we think we have great ideas. We want to go do them, and we go talk to people and like, we need this, we need that. And all of a sudden things kind of ground to a halt. But I would say that was at least probably true several years ago. I think maybe the approach is really trying to find champions in your respective agencies who really want to partner and work and then help and represent your agencies or respective agencies on how to get some of this done. Because I think it's not so much you're in the way, it's just trying to find the right people to help advance what we're trying to do and kind of, again, build a partnership. We don't want to be dictating, or we don't think we're always right because we know we're not. But again, we want to, how do we move a partnership and get things done? And, one of the projects we met with one agency, they're not here, so and I'm not going to say who they are, but we said, we want to do this project. And I think 4 years ago it was no, right? We got flat out said, no, we're not doing this and you're not going to do it. So 3 years ago, we said, we want to do this again. It was like, well, still kind of a no. 2 years ago was, okay, we'll do this, but we're not super excited about it. Last year, they're a champion. They're like right with us. They're like, when are we starting this project? We're ready to go. How do we do more? And again, it was just kind of building that trust and partnership. So to me, it's like, how can you help us get the right folks in your agency to really join us in some of these things? And then, when we're not proposing the right thing, I think we've kind of realized that we're not right all the time and accept that and say, well, what else can we do? But generally, how can we find the partnership to move things along quicker?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings. I'd just like to add that I think that we've been mentioning it for a long time that the left hand doesn't often talk to the right hand. And we have multiple agencies. We have 2 federal agencies that we're working with on our specific projects with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and NOAA. But I think that, and Reclamation, yeah, thank you, and Reclamation as well. So 3 federal agencies on specific projects. But I think that it's often that we don't always communicate correctly and we don't always tell each other what's going on. So I think that we've mentioned that to some people, and I think that the consensus right now, early consensus, that first time I've said this in public, but I think that we're going to be leaning towards like a summit-based approach where 2 times a year, everybody's getting together with all of the agencies and all of the stakeholders to where we can collaboratively get into a room, shut the cell phones off, and spend 2 days hacking and hashing everything out that we possibly might need to, but making sure that we're informing each other of what NOAA Fisheries is doing from the sustainable fisheries side and what the regulatory agency side and what we're hearing from the policy side. For example, last week we had the top brass from NOAA Fisheries down here, and we had all of them and touring our projects, and they were mind blown of some of the stuff that we were doing coming from DC and seeing what was happening out here in California. Some of the words that were mentioned is you're leading the entire industry. So I think that from that perspective of making sure that we're involving everyone, but not only from our state agencies and our federal agencies, but we're communicating all of that information a couple of times a year and making sure everyone knows what projects are being worked on, what this council could have input on those as well. And having all of those people together, I think will bring us back to a better center.
I think one specific thing that we could use is some federal leadership on PBT implementation. A lot of the projects that we've been working on rely on early releases of fish, earlier releases when they're too small to get the coded wire tags that we really rely on now for fisheries management. Early release of fry or fry into the rice fields, they can't use coded wire tags. And I think that there's a lot of reasons in ocean fisheries management that transition into genetic-based management is appropriate. I will try not to get into the weeds here, but there are many, many agencies that are going to start relying on genetics for their operations. And I'm not just talking about U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW and ODFW. I'm talking about DWR is relying on genetics now. I'm sure other federal water operations are going to be relying on genetics. And I can think of 10 agencies off the top of my head that are all going to be coming up with plans to monitor where these juvenile fish are and then where they end up as adults. And if that effort isn't coordinated with some overarching strategy, then it's going to be a mess. So I think if we had some federal leadership on that, that would be really helpful.
Thank you for the question. And I would just add, for the practice that we've been developing for the last 6 years or so, and I would say we're coming out of the pilot and experimental phase and wanting to roll into an implementation phase, because there's two ESA listed runs that do occupy the fields when we have them in place. We certainly will be looking for permitting provisions, both at the state and federal level, that are durable, predictable, so that we can, on an annual basis, enroll growers to go into this practice, well knowing that we have take coverage and things of those nature covered as we roll into more of an implementation phase of the practice.
Thank you. Look around, and Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I know it's already been said, but I just want to say, for industry, you guys, you're owning your fishery in a way that is incredibly important. And I think from the industry standpoint, we have seen over the last few years the need to have to step into that space. We hear about, agency having to do less with less. from a financial standpoint, staff standpoint, capacity, things like that, and having to step into the space. And so thank you for doing that for your fisheries, and the people you represent, and even the people you don't represent. And thank you to your partners for also stepping up to the plate here to assist in this. And in any way I can help you guys, or I mean, I know from Southern California, there's, it's a bit of a leap for salmon, but I really appreciate it. And I mean, Johnny knows with groundfish, that's the space we had to step into to help with groundfish issues. So, as much as we can cross-pollinate or help and assist you guys in what you're trying to do, good job. Thank you. And I'm here to help support.
Thanks. Any other questions here? Susan Bishop.
Just a comment. It's an impressive group. And not too long ago, I was listening to George and others talk about how they don't like to be told no. And I think you guys are living proof of what happens when someone says you can't. And I am very appreciative of the fact that you bring solutions to really challenging problems. And so instead of, be easy to complain or be easy to just do other things, but you guys have really bonded together to find solutions to incredibly challenging problem that's very critical to your industry, but also much broader in the community. So I just want to acknowledge and thank you.
All right. Thank you. And thank you for valuable information.
Thank you.
We've got the documents you submitted online, so people will have access to those. So thank you all. Okay, and next is Barry Day. Welcome back, Barry.
Thank you. Second bite of the cherry. I was told I was a bit light on my first one. But number one, commercial, recreational, everybody together there in the bridge group. You made a comment to me, Susan, about us not catching over what you set for us. Well, we don't want to. And I'm trying to find solution here from what I've been hearing. And the solution is here. You've dropped it down to 52%, so there's our number. And the way George is cutting everything up, it's into weekly segments. So surely you can do your count from there, Marcy, is where I'm looking at it. If we got a weekly and there's a number there of fish to catch, we either catch them or we don't, and then it rolls down. Are you seeing what I'm saying, Marcy, with how that's looking? No comment? Yeah, say in May we got from the 1st to the 7th or the 1st to the 5th, okay? And the fish have been divided up into those segments. If we overcatch then it'll take off the next week we got. Or if there's less, we get a bonus there. I'm just looking for a solution. What I'm trying to stop, because weekly quota on the boat without me getting into dotting I's and T's is just messy. It's going to be messy for the fleet.
All right.
Okay. I think I made my point. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Day? Marcy.
Sorry, man.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question for you, Barry, is I believe you've been following the process for a number of years, and I just want to ensure that you're aware of the requirements of the biological opinion for California coastal Chinook and the use of trip limits to ensure that commercial catches remain within projections.
That still goes back to what I was saying on the weekly, like the fish are you trying to spread them out, they'll be spread out by the weeks. Or what you're saying, we're going to hammer them all at the start and have none left. Well, that won't be the case if for that week you've got a set quota. We do that week, yeah. You do it with the recreational. It's the same deal. They head out and they didn't get the second part of their season because the quota was met.
Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Barry. You're welcome. Completes our reports, the public comment, and takes us to our council action. And it's up there before us, and that piece about adopting the 2026 abundance forecast. At some point, we'll need a motion, but before we get there, let me open it up for discussion. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I wanted to speak briefly to a forecast that's gotten a lot of attention through the council process the last few years. Mr. North mentioned it during the STT report, and that's the Oregon Production Index Hatchery Coho forecast. November of last year, as part of annual methodology review, the council adopted a modification to that forecast methodology. That modification was one that was originally brought forward by ODFW and WDFW during the March council meeting last year and was used for preseason planning last year as an improvement to a method that had been through formal review just a couple years before that. The forecast in pre-1 this year was produced by the method approved by the council last year through methodology review. As we've had discussions over the past several years, there have been ideas for additional refinements worth investigating. And interest in those ideas persists, but as always, staff resources remain limited. The intent is to continue looking for ways to improve that forecast in the future, although the timing of additional work being completed and move forward remains uncertain with all of our limited resources. And whether any future refinements will meet the criteria to require methodology review will remain unknown until that work actually gets done. Just because that's been such a topic over the last years, I just wanted to kind of rehash where we are and say that the interest is out there to continue looking at improvements into the future.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. David Soames?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to support the comments that Kyle's made. We are looking at that through the tribal lens also too, and appreciate what's being done, and look forward to getting it better in the future.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to step back to our earlier discussions about the harvest models for Sacramento and Klamath Fall Chinook, and just want to thank the STT for some extra last-minute lifting to get our models up to snuff and working. It's been 3 years since we've really needed to run them, so it's kind of understandable that they're a little bit rusty, and just appreciate the team lift that went on over the past couple of days to really get them into the state we need. Appreciate too, though, the SSC's flexibility here and their understanding of the challenges that we faced over the last week in finalizing the numbers, and just want to thank Galen for her remarks about their need for documentation on forecast methods, and that they did review the methods that were used, and the exchange between Dr. Johnson and Susan Bishop on that point, I think, gives me a lot of confidence that the numbers that we're moving forward with here this week are the best that we can produce this year. So I want to thank everyone for what's transpired over the last week.
Thank you. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious wondering if it would be possible for me to call either Candace and or Dr. O'Farrell. I realized there was one question that I had forgotten to ask. If there was a possible way, if they could come up to the table just so I could ask the question.
You can call either one or both. Who would you like?
I think probably Ms. Morgenstern is the best expert on the question that I have.
All right, thank you. Candace, I guess you get the first crack at answering the question here.
Thank you, Ms. Morgenstern, and I apologize for not asking this question before. But the SSC did talk about sort of their concern about changing numbers and fluctuating forecasts recently. And so I would like to get your sense of whether or not you expect there to be any further changes to the climate forecast, or you feel very solid that you've identified any of the issues and resolved those, and that the information that we have is the best that we can expect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Susan. I do think that the models are in a good place now. I think what really helped was us all being in person and more people getting under the hood and checking everything, doing a lot of QA, QC together as a group. And so I do have confidence in the forecast values now. I do not expect them to change, and the models are operating well.
Thank you.
All right, nothing else, Susan? Okay, thank you, Candace. Any other discussion here? Any guidance? And again, at some point, we do need a motion to adopt these forecasts and ACLs. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not seeing any other hands for guidance, I do have a motion.
Then we are ready. Please go ahead.
I move that the council adopt the 2026 stock abundance forecast, acceptable biological catches, ABCs, and the annual catch limits, ACLs, as presented in Agenda Item C2, Supplemental Attachment 3, Preseason Report 1, except for Klamath River Fall Chinook. For Klamath River Fall Chinook, adopt the 2026 stock abundance forecast, ABC, and ACL as presented in Agenda Item C2A, Supplemental STT Report 2, Preseason Report 1, Chapter 2 and 5 updates.
Thank you. I followed along. The language here on the screen looks accurate and complete.
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to your motion? Seconded by Marcia Remco. Please speak to your motion.
First, just thanks to all the state, tribal, and federal scientists that contribute to bringing these forecasts forward to the council every year, from the staff out in the field doing spawning ground surveys, collecting fishery data, to those searching for better ways to do these forecasts, and to the STT for everything that goes into pre-1, and the SSC for their review of the document on what's always a quick turnaround. It's really a monumental effort every year just to get to this point. I really appreciated the discussion during the SSC report and during council discussion, as well as the further explanations from the STT about the last-minute changes in their supplemental report. After hearing all that discussion, I'm satisfied that this motion will set us up with the best information available to begin developing our 2026 fishery plans.
All right, thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? And not seeing any hands there. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Kyle. Marcy? Angela? Anything else we should do here? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. I'm thinking a little bit on some of the question and answer we had with the SSC earlier. I think both Mr. Remco and myself asked some questions about the section regarding the salmon forecasts and the methodologies that are used there. I heard, I think Dr. Johnson said in response for when Mr. Remco asked which stocks, and she said no specific stocks, but for any stock that the council wants a confident stamp of approval. And I think that's something we could debate or certainly talk more about. I can say that I would like that for all the stocks, as many stocks as we can. And I was also reflecting that the SSC was asking not necessarily for another methodology review or looking at a specific methodology, but just saying we'd like to see the documentation. So we as scientists can go through and check on it and see if it meets our standards and council and MSA standards. So I'm hoping that there may be something we could ask council staff to come back with or other ideas from folks that do salmon on a more regular basis than I do, which is to say, how can we help that happen? Is it something as simple as just saying we want that to happen and ask our co-managers, ask agencies to provide that documentation moving forward? If there's challenges with that, let's identify those challenges. Again, not being deeply involved in that process, I don't know what they might be, but they'd be good to identify so we can get around them in the future. It could be something, it could be a change in the tours, a sharing agreement, even just an official council request letter. I'm not sure. So I would just ask the executive director to ask the staff to prepare a very brief report for a future meeting so that we can think about how we might be able to do that. This might be better discussed under workload planning at the end of the week. Open to that, but wanted to get this idea out here now. So if folks want to discuss it between now and then, we can.
Thank you. And unless the executive director wants to respond, I'll let him go first. Merrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Writings. Your point is well taken. I would say this, I don't view this as a new question. It's something that we've been talking about during the length of my tenure. I think we would be happy to try to improve transparency in the process. I would suggest that we take this up under workload planning rather than now. That would give us a little bit of time on staff to talk about how we might want to move forward, whether it's a staff paper, whether it goes through committees, whether it's a multi-agency effort. I don't have a good sense of what it would take now, but I think we start with a diagnostic exercise and move from there, and I don't really know what that is. So a few more days to think about it would help me advise you a little bit more effectively.
Thank you. Any other discussion here before I look back to Angela? Angela, have we finished all the tasks here?
Yes, the council has finished their tasks under agenda item C2. You have adopted the 2026 abundance forecasts and ACLs for the rest of the salmon folks to move forward with for the rest of the week. So look forward to seeing you then.
All right, thank you. We're going to close out this agenda item, take a 10-minute break here so we can prepare for the next one. Okay, let's find our seats again so we can continue, please. Okay, I think we're well populated again. Before we start back on our agenda, I want to turn the microphone over to Marcy Arimco first. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to introduce the council to CDFW's new director, Megan Hurdle. She joins us here today. Her office is headquartered in downtown Sacramento, so it's just convenient that we are here in Sacramento this meeting. She's been on with us now three weeks?
2.5.
2.5. All right.
Don't round up quite yet.
Well, as soon as you're ready, you have a name tag. So we welcome you here. It's nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, members of the council. I just wanted to take this moment to come over and say hello, to introduce myself, and to thank you for everything you're doing over the course of this week and all the work you do year round. Also, incredible thanks to the colleagues from California who are putting in the hard work and showing up and representing us here. I'm looking forward to working with all of you and the council going forward. I know you are running behind on your agenda, so I want to keep this short. I'm also 2 weeks in. So I just thank you for the opportunity to be here. I plan to stay for the evening and look forward to catching up with you all at the reception. Thank you so much.
All right, I want to thank you for being here. And again, we love all the CDFW staff and our colleagues from California. But as Marcy pointed out, you do have a name placard here. Anytime you want to sit, you're welcome to join us.
Thank you for the welcome and invitation. Much appreciation.
All right, thank you. All right, we're ready to move on, take a break from salmon now and go into Groundfish. So I will turn it over to Katrina Burnhouse here to give us the overview. Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item D1, the National Marine Fisheries Service report. Under this item, you will hear a regulatory update from the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast region, as well as an update on Science Center activities from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. Under this item in the briefing book materials, you have several reports from the National Marine Fisheries Service, including that regulatory update, as well as several specific analyses related to two EFPs and to salmon mortality. Some of those are typically presented in November, but were delayed this year. Looking at the schedule of items today, we are actually looking to switch number B and number A. So we'll take the Science Center update first and then go to the regulatory activities. Council action today is just discussion and comment as appropriate.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any questions then. First, just forgot to announce, welcome Keely Kent to the table. First appearance here at this meeting. And so I'm going to turn it over to you for the NIMS pieces, but I understand first we have the Science Center report, correct?
Yes, we're going to let the new guy go first.
All right. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name's John McVeigh. I'm here to present the Science Center report under Groundfish. I'm currently acting as the director of the Fishery Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division, while Craig Russell, who normally gives this update, is acting as our Northwest Fisheries Science Center Deputy Science Director. So thanks for having me today. Next slide, please. I'm going to give just brief updates today on a couple of topics, some survey updates from the end of 2025, as well as looking at 2026. I'll include in the briefing book was also our salmon bycatch report, and I have a plug for a recruitment we have at the Science Center. Next slide, please. The 2025 inaugural Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, this is the joint U.S.-Canada survey, and in 2025 implemented with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center CPS survey, was conducted and completed in 2025. That was between June and September aboard the U.S. vessel Shimada and the Canadian vessel Franklin. There were operational challenges that impacted survey coverage in northern U.S. waters, and survey teams adapted to ensure core survey operations and objectives were met. And the hake component of the integrated survey and the 2025 hake biomass estimate were reviewed at the recent SRG meeting. Part of that was a comprehensive net comparison between the legacy AWT and the new multifunction trawl net. Next slide, please. Looking towards 2026, we are planning two of our major groundfish surveys in FRAM, namely our groundfish bottom trawl survey, which runs from May until July and completed in 2 passes along the West Coast, as well as our southern rockfish shelf hook and line survey, operates in September through October. Plans now are to conduct those 2 full surveys this year. Next slide, please. Also presenting the salmon bycatch report. This report was delayed due to the lost time during the federal government shutdown in 2025. Normally you would see this report in the November briefing books provided here in March. This report summarizes the observed and estimated bycatch of all salmon species recorded in U.S. West Coast groundfish fisheries as monitored by the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program, the at-sea hake observer program, our EM and catch monitor programs. Also included in the briefing book are the associated bycatch tables that slice and dice the estimates by sector and other stratifications. In 2024, Chinook bycatch in the hake fisheries was lower than average, which is the long-term median, 1,408 fish in 2024 compared to the median of just over 5,000. In the shoreside non-hake trawl, which is primarily the bottom trawl fishery with some midwater rockfish, the estimated bycatch was higher than long-term median, 1,285 fish in 2024. But overall, Chinook bycatch was well below the cap, and coho bycatch we saw was about average. There are figures 9 through 20 that summarize the distribution of bycatch over latitude, depth, and season relative to overall effort. You can see those in the report. Next slide, please. Also in this report, and something slightly new, the information's not new, but we are providing the GSI results. These generally in the past have come in 2 products. We've stapled them together, for lack of a better term, into one report from the Science Center this year. So you can see in the appendix of the bycatch report, this is GSI results from information based on samples from our West Coast monitoring programs, again, observers and shoreside monitors and samplers. The figures on the x-axis from left to right are assigned south to north ESU by ESU. And the bycatch composition is consistent across sectors for these 2 years. Next slide. I mentioned I'm in an acting role, and Craig Russell also in an acting role. The Science Center is still adjusting after staff losses in 2025, but I am very happy to announce we do have some recruitments in the works. One was announced yesterday, which is a fish biologist, groundfish stock assessment position. It's being recruited. It's open on USA Jobs, March 4th to 10th. There are also a few other stock assessment positions around the nation that are being recruited. And we hope to see a groundfish survey position recruitment announced soon. I hope to have it. It might be released for this meeting, but maybe this week or early next week. And you can use this QR code to take you right to the site. Please do share this within your networks. We appreciate that. And these positions will be supporting critical needs at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. And I believe the next slide is my last slide. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. McVeigh on the Science Center presentation? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McVeigh, for the presentation and the slides. My understanding is that you do provide this information to us annually, and so this is an update we would normally receive perhaps in November or September. Just want to acknowledge that or confirm that. And looking at slide 5, your discussion about the Chinook and the coho bycatch levels, you mentioned the coho bycatch is about average. Do you have any information on whether the coho bycatch co-occurred with the Chinook bycatch, or were they in separate tows? Were they geographically in different locations? Can you tell us anything more about that coho bycatch?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Arimco. I likely do have that information. I don't know if I have it at my fingertips. We have coho information by haul, specifically for bycatch. I just don't have that stratified maybe at the levels that you're looking for. But we'd be happy, if you had a data request and wanted to specify your exact question, we'd be happy to put that together. I will note in the figures provided in the report, there are, depth, latitudinal, and other box plots showing distribution of fishing effort and associated bycatch. So those may inform you, but I don't know if I can answer your specific question right now, but happy to in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. That's fine. Looking at slide 6, this is the stock comp distribution of the Chinook, and there's quite a showing of fish, Klamath area fish here, and I guess is it your kind of conclusion that that's reflective of just the latitude where the bycatch events occurred?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that in this discussion, there was a little bit of discussion ahead of this meeting on that very question. And first, I would point out these are proportions of catch. And if you look at the distribution of some of the major sectors contributing to Chinook bycatch, they generally were fishing south, and I think more importantly, Chinook bycatch was occurring south. As we know through the work that Dr. Moran has done, bycatch is largely driven by latitude. So if you're fishing farther south, these are consistent with the compositions we would expect to see.
Rebecca or Marcy, follow up.
Yes, if I may, thank you. And so on your last point, consistent with the composition you'd expect to see, is it also consistent with the description in the biological opinion about the diversity of and the difficulty with predictive activities further to the south? in the groundfish fisheries in terms of the stock composition of Chinook?
I think I would look towards Keely to answer that question, and she has her finger.
Keely Kent.
Thanks for the question, Marcy. Yes, the reporting that is brought forward this year doesn't lead us to believe there's something different going on than what we had laid out in the BIOP. But I think, and exactly as John had said, right, this is the scenario that BIOP contemplates when we're in the southerly distribution of the at-sea sector. We expect to see the higher in general Chinook bycatch and this distribution of the ESU. So there wasn't anything in this report that raised flags for us. We have these reports so that we can do that check-in. So I think exactly what you said, this is consistent with what we have expected under the BIOP.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. McVeigh, for the presentation. I recently came across a couple of papers that were presented at the Groundfish Conference, the Western Groundfish Conference I didn't even know about. These are by your economists. One was by Dr. Mamula, looking at economic analysis of the groundfish harvest specs, and another one by Dr. Steiner, looking at the impact of the quota market dynamics on the ability of fishery operators to make use of constraining quota. These are really interesting papers, and I hope that there'll be a way to communicate these to the folks on the GAP and the GMT. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? John, I have one if no one else does. Slide 5 again. Thank you. Maybe I know my memory can be very bad at times, but looking at the Chinook bycatch, and you said in the hake sector it was low in all of them. But my recollection was when we looked at some of the salmon stoplights and got some of the salmon information, whether it came from some of the salmon surveys they do juvenile offshore, that at least early in the year, there was high abundance. There were a lot of fish out there, and I know that changed through the year. And I also thought I had heard that early season, we changed the opening of the hake fishery, the whiting fishery, to earlier by a couple weeks, and the early season fishing I thought was pretty good. They were progressing, they had found some fish. So, things don't line up that if they are catching a lot of hake, they're not catching salmon, but salmon are there. Is anybody looking at some of that information and trying to piece this around, or should I do an AI survey and go through all the council documents, or am I just reaching for something that doesn't exist?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Salmon bycatch is a very interesting question, and I think getting at the drivers of salmon bycatch is a question folks at the Northwest Center and others have looked at. I'm not aware of research going on right now that maybe addresses the various scenarios you laid out. I know in the past, folks in my program and division have looked at temperature and depth and other drivers of salmon bycatch, as well as the work I mentioned, Dr. Moran, modeling bycatch. So I'm not exactly sure where your question is in all of that. It remains to be a research area we're interested in, resource allowing, of course, and there may be others at the Science Center that can answer that question better, but right now I don't know of anyone that's researching those particular things, but they are on our radar.
Thank you. And I understand year-to-year variability. I guess if there would have been a year where I would have thought salmon bycatch would have been higher at the beginning of the year, if you had asked me last January, February, March, I would say, yeah, this is it, 2025. And it went in the other direction. So obviously I'm not a good predictor, but I'll dig around. Thank you.
And you may be next year. I remind you the report goes through 2024.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know that the industry has tried to make some improvements on staying away from salmon or moving from when hot spots would hit. And I don't have my glasses on, so it's looking pretty small, but it seems like when those, to me, could be just quinkadink, but that when they started putting on some of those self-regulated rules upon themselves, the bycatch has gone down and gone in a continuous positive direction. If you positive meaning staying away from or not catching as many. So I just wondered if you attribute some of that to the industry making changes to stay away from salmon incidental takes.
Thank you for the question. I share your view that industry is very committed to reducing interactions with Chinook and other salmon species. And through my work with the Observer Program, we've seen that in action through the use of bycatch reduction devices across many sectors. And they are variable. The Observer Program does their best to try and measure that to get at some of these questions. And we do have some information that we could use to answer some of those questions, which is what I think you're asking, the effectiveness of these various BRDs. So I can't say definitively, but my sense is that those measures do help reduce salmon bycatch. But would add to that, there are so many drivers that contribute each year. I find we're wondering what was happening this year that led to whatever the salmon bycatch number is. And maybe I'll take this opportunity, since you asked about bycatch reduction devices, that I'm aware of a project, if industry members are interested, to look at measuring some of the efficacy of a particular bycatch reduction device under operational conditions. In the 2026 season, we're hoping to measure. I've reached out to a number of industry participants, and so that work continues, and I do see real promise in the use of excluders and other BRDs.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will go back to the NIMS reports. Keely Kemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I was going to go through the rulemaking report first, then I'll turn to the trawl gear EFP report, and then we have a few points to bring up to you all on the electronic monitoring program, and at that point I'll also look to Barry on the Pacific States aspect of that. So I'll go through those three different pieces for you all. On the rulemaking report, we have some positive news since the last time we've talked. So we have a few different publications that I am very pleased to be able to share. We published the final rule for the Surridge groundfish exclusion area to allow for coral restoration on December 12th, 2025. That closure was effective on January 12th, 2026. We published an in-season action that the council recommended at their September meeting. We published that on December 16th after the federal furlough. I want to note that while the council made two recommendations in that in-season, we only moved forward with one of them, which was the Canary rockfish sub-bag limit off of California. We elected to not move forward with the council's recommended change to the incidental halibut limit in the sablefish tier fishery due to the impact of the federal furlough and the timing of the closing of the Pacific halibut fishery on December 7th. We also published a notice of availability for Amendment 36. This is the limited entry follow-on action. That notice of availability, which is just for the Fishery Management Plan amendment, was published on December 16th. The public comment period went through February 10th, and we are very close to making the decision on the FMP amendment part of that, and we must do so by March 12th. The proposed rule to implement that FMP amendment has not yet published. We're hopeful that something changes on that soon, but we have quite a bit of separation between the FMP amendment and the regulatory amendment at this point. On January 22nd, we published an emergency rule pursuant to the Council's recommendation from September 2025. This emergency rule increased the harvest specifications for short spine thorny head, canary rockfish, and petrale sole. That emergency rule is in effect for 180 days. This spring, we will evaluate a potential extension of those emergency measures to cover the full calendar year of 2026. As this council probably remembers, with emergency rules, doing an extension is predicated on the council taking action towards permanently fixing the problem, which I do believe you are under the specifications, but we'll need to document that on our end as we look at that extension. On February 2nd, we published a proposed rule to remove the Cordell Bank conservation area and implement a smaller Cordell Bank groundfish exclusion area. That comment period closed on March 4th, so yesterday. We're hopeful that the final rule will follow shortly thereafter. The gear marking and entanglement risk reduction proposed rule published on February 6th and is open for public comment until March 9th, so coming up here really quickly. We are evaluating implementation timelines for that final rule with the intent to give the fleet a few months prior to the effective date in order to get ready. We still have a couple days. We are certainly interested on comments on all of our rulemakings, but in particular on the gear marking rule. There's a couple of things in that rule that we've asked for some explicit feedback on, and very appreciative of the conversation that we had in the GAP yesterday about that, but wanted to flag that more broadly. We also published a notice of availability for Amendment 37 to the FMP. This is the stocks that are staying in the FMP that we had decided on in June of 2025. So that's an FMP amendment only package. That notice of availability went on February 5th. The comment period is open until April 6th. And so then we'll look at making that final FMP amendment decision. And then finally, the proposed rule for the 2026 whiting specifications filed today and publishes tomorrow. That rule will be open for public comment for 15 days, which will close on March 23rd. We'll move hopefully quickly on the final rule after, with the intent to try to publish that final rule as close to May 1 when the whiting season opens as possible. Those are all of the rule updates. I was going to pause there and see if there's any questions about any of those actions.
Any questions? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Keely. I just wanted to go back to the gear marking regulation and the comment period through March 9th. It came up at our delegation meeting this morning, and one of the things was implementation date, and I wasn't sure if that was actually one of the things you were specifically asked for comment on, but I suggested it could be included in the comment, and I wasn't sure if that was actually something that could be taken through public comment. So just want to make sure I didn't steer somebody wrong.
Thank you. That's a great question. That is absolutely, perfect to come through via public comment. On that piece too, right, like I had a great conversation in the GAP. That piece too can come to us outside of public comments as well. So there were some specific things in that proposed rule we were asking for feedback on. And so no problem to include implementation thoughts. But if there are implementation thoughts after that proposed rule comment period closes, I will still take those, right? This is really important for us to make sure the fleet is ready, and they're working with gear manufacturers, right? So those are the details that I think now that it's actually moving are going to be really useful for us to understand from the fleet and their readiness.
Perfect. Thank you.
Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just noting in the briefing book that gear switching was also listed as a TBD on this list, and hoping we can get an update considering how much time, effort, and money we've put into that in this process and how divisive it was for fishermen everywhere in Groundfish who would long-term like to move on from this topic, I think.
Thanks for the question, Krista. I will say in general, on my rulemaking report, I have stopped overall trying to guess when things may happen. The rulemaking pathways are substantially different than they used to be. I don't have a crystal ball anymore. On gear switching, and I'm fairly certain I have said this to the council before, but we deprioritized our work on the sablefish gear switching action in order to provide staffing resources for the council's Specs Flex action development. So there was a 1-for-1 trade when that Specs Flex action came through and the council told us it was a priority. We moved staff from one to the other. So we have not done additional work on the gear switching action. I think in there's also a question on council staffing resources, and so that may be a further discussion for us, I think in April, when we relook at workload and new management measures.
Thank you. I have one follow-on question, which is, and this is based on some discussions for people that are outside of this region, but have run into this. I'm just curious about endangerment in terms of data getting stale. Hey, it was a long time ago, and arguments made at a later date if we do not at some point reprioritize this so that we don't lose the work that we've already put into this.
Thank you for the question. It's a good question, and it's a question that we have gotten. I don't even remember how long it has been since the council took final action on this one. I'm sure people around this table do. We don't have an explicit cutoff, right? So it's a question to ask. It's something we're thinking about, but I don't know that there's going to be a date certain, right? You know, come January 1, 2027, that's when it goes stale, right? But it is something we'll think about. I think it's been sitting long enough that we need to revisit some of those questions, and there's still a conversation that needs to happen between NIMS and council staff about sort of the finalization of that analysis, and then where does that take us in rulemaking. Some of those pieces were worked out, not all of them, and I think we can look at that as we have workload to be able to revisit some of those questions. So.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kent, and thanks to all of your team. It's incredible with so many deep cuts what you've still been able to accomplish, and we certainly appreciate the consulting with the council about prioritization. My question is a simple one. This comment period on gear marking ends on Monday, the 9th. That's about 3 weeks before the take reduction team meets. As the council rep, with my alternate Brad and other folks in the room who are on the take reduction team, it would be so helpful if we could see these comments. I understand you can't compile them, you can't do the question response until you have the final rule, but if those raw messages, letters are part of the public record, is it possible for us to see them and maybe offer it up to the whole TRT team? Because it'll be important to go in there saying, this is what we're hearing already from broad process with a lot of research, stakeholders involved. So it helps us make the case for the measures that we might start with as a foundation at the in-person TRT meeting, where, as we know, we have to try to reach consensus. So thank you. I know that's asking a lot, but if the raw letters, the correspondence are someplace in a place where we could consult them, that'd be great. Thank you again.
Thank you for the question. Yes, all of the public comments that we receive on any of our rules live on regulations.gov. So when a comment comes in, there's a pause step, right? So my rulemaking staff have to go in and just click a button, yes, release it. We have that system in case there are public comments that have information that should not be released for a variety of reasons, but almost, I think 99.9% comments go out. So when you go to regulations.gov and you can look at a proposed rule, you can see every single comment that is brought in. I'm happy to show you how that is, but yes, exactly what you're talking about, those would be available, and you could consider them as you walk into the take reduction team, how the public has weighed in on that gear marking and entanglement risk reduction rule.
Other questions on the regulatory activities? Not seeing any then. Oh, there's Corey Ridings.
Sorry, Chair. My question is not, I guess it's related to regulatory activities, but is around the whiting EFP that the council spent quite a bit of time last year discussing. And I wanted to just know if that has been covered where NIPS was on that, and sort of if and when the council and the public would be notified of that.
Thank you for the question. NIPS has received an application. There are discussions ongoing with the applicant about the requested exemptions and sort of the shape of that. As the typical process with an exempted fishing permit, NIPS will publish a Federal Register notice announcing the receipt and sharing that application publicly. We have not done that step yet. I don't have a timeline at the moment of when we expect to do that. That is the sort of formal process for an exempted fishing permit, public process part of it, right? So, you know, if we were doing it fully outside the council process, any EFP nationwide, that's the process we go through. You know, if I have an understanding of that timing for the April meeting, I will certainly update you on that. I just don't have a timeline at the moment of when that would occur.
Thanks, Ms. Kent. Sorry to be dense on that. I don't know this process very well. So it sounds like the NIMS process goes, you know, an applicant sends something in, NIMS is thinking about it. It sounds like you have a discussion with the applicants, and then there's a Federal Register notice that talks about official receipt and processing, I think you said. I may have had that wrong. Is that accurate?
Announcing the receipt, sharing the application, and I'm pretty sure it has a public comment period. I apologize with Groundfish EFPs. That process is mashed up with our specs. So we don't do a separate Federal Register notice. Other fisheries do, but I'm fairly certain it's a public comment opportunity on that notice of the EFP application. And then from that point, the agency would be, you know, assuming that we were going to approve it in some shape or form, right, be working on the documentation associated with that. But that Federal Register process has to occur first before an EFP is decided on and issued.
Thanks, Ms. Kent. One quick thing, the last part of that, if the agency does make a determination, looks at the public comments, agrees to move forward with it, wants to grant that EFP, is there then a notice in the Federal Register, or how does that final granting of the EFP become public and come to the council?
There's not a standard process by which we are, you know, required to post a Federal Register notice that we have issued an exempted fishing permit. I think, you know, we could certainly, I would think it would be standard process, right, that we would update the council on an issued EFP, but there isn't sort of a requirement for us to do something different. Now, if there's some idea that is really useful for us to think about doing, I'm happy to take that in and think about it, but by standard process, no, it's just this one Federal Register notice before we actually issue the EFP. That is what we have to do.
Any other questions? In this part, I'm not seeing any. The other report?
Thank you. So we put another report into the briefing book that summarizes the data and information that we have on the trawl gear exempted fishing permit. And I want to be clear at this point. We've had this, I'll call it a chicken and egg discussion of, you know, the council's prioritized work on this trawl gear EFP and considering putting it into regulation, but there's been a big question of, is there enough data? What does that data look like? And we've gone back and forth. So I recognize that this EFP is not today on the agenda. Our intent was to start putting that information out there to socialize it. I am going to quickly summarize for you, but my expectation would be that when the council wants to schedule time on this, assuming you do, that you would actually receive a real report presentation from Dr. Sean Mattson, who put that together. So I'm going to give you a quick summary, but I wanted to set expectations that all I'm doing right now is kind of giving you the highlights, and then you'll have another opportunity to get a full presentation, ask questions, ask for more analyses if that's where you would go at a future meeting when you schedule that. So in that report, we looked at 2 out of the 3 elements of the trawl gear EFP, and we explicitly we're analyzing them for the potential impacts on Chinook salmon bycatch. This EFP has been running since 2018, And in particular, we looked at the two parts. One is non-whiting midwater trawl vessels fishing any time of the year. So this allows them to fish outside of the primary whiting season. And then bottom trawl vessels using any legal small foot rope trawl gear between 4010 and 42 and shoreward of the boundary line, approximating the 100 fathom depth contour. There is a third component, which is pretty small, of the EFP that we weren't able to analyze at this time. This prohibits the it exempts people from the prohibition on the use of midwater trawl gear south of 4010 north latitude and shoreward of 150 fathom management line. That part of it, we're a little bit more challenged with some very limited data. So I am going to look into it more, but we don't have an analysis for you on that one. But of the two major parts of the EFP that we did analyze, the analysis right now, showed very small projected differences between sort of our baseline fishery as compared to what was occurring under the EFP, both in terms of total projected Chinook bycatch and the ESU composition of the bycatch. Our position right now is that the risk of the implementation of either of these parts of the EFP is not likely to cause us to exceed the non-whiting threshold on salmon bycatch. So any risk to that seems pretty low, or that we would be looking at an issue in creating an ESU composition difference as compared to sort of what we've looked at in the BIOP. So at this point, the council can use this information to inform future decision making. If you want to take up these two current parts of the EFP and consider putting them into regulation. But again, we want to make sure you have the opportunity to really hear a presentation from the author of that study and ask questions or see if there's sort of more parts of that analysis that you'd want to understand as you would consider that action in the future. So that's a summary of the trawl gear EFP report. So I'll pause there.
Questions on that report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Keely. With regard to the analysis that we do have in front of us, is it your opinion that on its own, would this be a complete enough analysis for you to go ahead and proceed with commencing the regulatory process?
Thank you for the question. When I think about this action moving into regulation, I think this the salmon bycatch analysis, right, is the biggest part of it. There are other smaller components of it that we just haven't gone through the full thinking of. It's very possible, right, that we'd need some sort of NEPA document, but this is the bulk of the work that would take up any analytical burden to move this forward. So from that perspective, if the council were considering scheduling this on the year at a glance, I think NIMS has done most of the work for this, but I haven't gone through that full evaluation as is there anything else that would need to be done, but we can do that as we think about potential action in the future.
Thank you. Other questions? Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Keely, for this summary. And I think here the only thing I want to say is I know that there's a lot of frustration with industry about how this has been, and I know the GAP also has asked several times for this to be prioritized down to make space for other workload as well. So I'm not saying that that's not part of the conversation and part of the system and understanding of where this is too. But and this isn't really a question to you, Keely, but what I hope that the council can talk about is how to get through this as fast as possible so that we don't spend a lot of time futzing about this action anymore. I think, I know some of the frustration is that to continue to maintain it in EFP status has a lot of additional workload for NOAA as well. So, delaying it further and finalizing and moving it forward both have workload components to them. And so, I hope wherever we go, we can end the conversation with like a plan for how to move out of this state so that we don't keep discussing how to move out of this state anymore. So I'll leave it there. I'm saying this with like a full understanding that everybody in this process was complicit in deprioritizing this in the past, but I would love us as a community to decide how to stop deprioritizing it, and not necessarily like prioritize it over other things, but just like come up with a plan to get done with it so that we don't ever have to talk about it ever again. Thank you.
I think in April we'll have that chance under workload and new management measures.
Okay. Asia.
Thank you. Sorry, but that's next meeting though. No, or is that workload? You mean that's the prioritization process that we're coming up with? So that's not until April, which I guess is basically today. Also, okay. I'll stop. Thank you.
Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm confused now. Why do we need to prioritize this item yet again with all of the other items on the list? And how many meetings do we actually need to take this up?
Thanks, Marcy. Yeah, apologies for confusing it. You don't have to retake it up. I do believe you've already prioritized it. I think we have been using that agenda item as a check-in of sort of here's where we're laying out where we're going with Groundfish for the next year. So I think it's true that we haven't explicitly scheduled work on the trawl gear EFP into regulation on the 2026 year at a glance or beyond, right? Even thinking about that. And so I think it's just making sure we have space that we're doing that. So it does not require, in my opinion, reprioritizing it, but it's understanding that we just haven't started work on it. It's that next step after you prioritize of actually having the space and capacity and workload on council staff side and on NIV side to move it actually through the council process.
Marcy, follow up?
Yes, thank you. So is that a conversation you'll be having over the course of the week with council staff, and that we should expect to see something on the YAG at the end of this meeting?
I'm going to look to Merrick on that one.
I'll let Executive Burden address that.
Yeah, thank you, Marcy, for the question. I think Keely and I are on the same page in that the formal place where this would come back up is under our workload prioritization discussion. Right now, I believe it's number 2 on the list, and so there are a lot of things that we're trying to do, and so we will essentially look at the package of Groundfish items that you want to look at in April and decide which ones we'll proceed with. At that point, it would go on the YAG or not.
Asia Shumalo.
Thank you. And thank you for that clarification. And I'm sorry, I actually like the way that Marcy asked it because I think that bringing it back into the prioritization process brings us back into prioritizing it again rather than what I'm afraid will happen is that because there are so many important things. And I know the thing is I trust that Keely, I've worked with Keely a long time and I know that she's great at managing workload even with limited resources, and I want to figure out a way to not have to get into the act of reprioritizing it if we've already prioritized it in the past. And so I don't know how to get there without. I'm afraid if we bring it into April and talk about it again, that it will accidentally get shuttled down the list one more time. Is there some way to just be like, we understand that we've prioritized this, and then I'm supposing, I guess another part of this question is I suppose that this needs to come to the council for a 2-meeting process. And is there some way that cannot, does it have to be 2 I think the council side of it and the NOAA side of it need to be clarified in some way. And I also would not like it to come back up in April for prioritization again, because there's a clear need to just move on from it.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I hear this side of the room saying is, let's get it done, right? And I appreciate that. We have more things on the list than we can do. And so if you make that decision here, we will have to drop something. And ultimately, that's your call to say, like, we're comfortable doing that and then deciding what we want to drop later. But that would be the impact of deciding to move forward at this meeting.
Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, I guess that's exactly why I asked Keely the question. How many meeting process do we need for the council to finalize this? If the analysis that we have in front of us is complete, do we need to have even a 2-meeting process, or can this suffice as one of the 2 meetings? I'm trying to understand what the bare minimum need is, because I appreciate too that we don't have a lot of extra capacity in the council schedule.
Keely?
Thanks, Marcy. I do think it's more of a council process question, how many meetings. That's not necessarily something that NIMS drives. I think those are more held on the council process. So from my perspective, it does not need to be very many meetings, but I would defer to the council on what that appropriate process is, or to what extent we are or not bound by COPs and things like that.
Executive Director Burden?
Yeah, thank you. Per our own rules, it would be a 2-meeting process. I'm trying to think of whether we could do it in 1. Theoretically, we could. Right now, all of this type of material and analysis goes through the fantastic Jesse Waller. And so if we prioritize this action, we delay Specs Flex. That's what ends up happening.
Other questions? I guess we're asking clarifying questions here yet on the report. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you. Ultimately, what we're talking about here is a workload management question. We don't have to wait until April to have that question, but I don't feel prepared to really have a concluding decision now. I don't think you have all of the information, and you might be surprised at what happens if we decide here at this minute to prioritize this action. So at a minimum, I would just ask that give us a little bit of time to talk and consider this, and we can talk later at this meeting about how and when to prioritize this action.
Jamie Dimon?
I think the fact that I have to ask this question probably answers my own question, but having this here right now, this report, could this count as like part of is meeting 1 of 2? I think that I have to ask for clarification probably means that it doesn't, but I don't know.
I'll turn to Executive Director.
I guess from my vantage point, I would say conceptually that's possible, and then it becomes a matter of does that create a sufficient record for us in making a decision? And that's more, I think, in the region and general counsel's consideration. I look at the report and I think there's material in there, and maybe that's possible, but some of this is up to me to answer and some of it isn't. So I don't know if general counsel or the region have more to add.
Because if I may, I just point out, like, there is a gap report that does comment on it and provide.
And if you don't want to answer now, we can save some of this to discussion, because we're going over the report. There is a gap report, and then we can discuss a course of action and consider that we have workload planning on day last also. So let's make sure we get the pertinent questions answered here regarding the report. Anything else on the report? Not seeing any. We'll have plenty of opportunity to come back. So, Keely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one more issue to bring to the council under the NIMS report. And I have just a couple of bullets on this, and I'll turn to Barry for a little bit more thought on this. But we wanted to let the council know, this is about the electronic monitoring program. For the council's awareness, for a couple of years now, we've had congressional appropriations for EM video review. Because we are in a third-party system for the electronic monitoring program, what we've done with that appropriation is move it into a reimbursement program. Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission runs that reimbursement program on our behalf for electronic monitoring video review within the third-party system. The last couple of years, that funding level has been at $600,000. This year, we are now looking at a shortfall in that program, and we wanted to provide that update to the council, and I wanted to look to Barry to provide a little bit more information for the council on that.
Barry Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so Keely covered part of this, I think, in terms of two different pieces that Pacific States is involved in the electronic monitoring program. One is the actual monitoring, actual serving as one of two reviewers, so both us and Saltwater, and then two is administering the reimbursement program with the congressional appropriations. And so late this fishing year, October, November, December, we noticed an increase in effort, largely in the fixed gear pot fishery, and that, based on the reimbursement rates that have been established, exceeds the amount of funding available in the reimbursement program. And so we wanted to get an early heads up that if effort continues, which we assume it will, from 25 into 26, we would be short funding to continue to reimburse all of the costs of the program for both us, Pacific States, and Saltwater for 2026, which would move us into a program where we actually need to charge the industry for a portion of the EM video review costs. And we talked to the GAP yesterday about this a little bit. So currently the reimbursement rate that's established, has been established for the past 2 years of the contract, has been $100 per fished haul. In 2024, at least on the Pacific States side, that did not cover all of our costs. We were not able to get reimbursed for all of our expenses, but yet money was left on the table because all of the reimbursement was not played out at that $100 per haul. In 2025, we've exceeded that $100 per haul and we're short funding. So that's sort of where we're at. We estimated and provided information to NIMS that we would recommend sticking with the $100 per haul for the reimbursement target, but that the initial reimbursement that's actually provided with the funding be provided at $65 per haul initially, so that the money gets equitably spread across both providers and throughout the year next year. And then that would also precipitate, depending on, at least from the Pacific State side, potentially charging the boats up to $35 per fished haul for those costs. Sort of like you think of it, it's like a copay type of a component for whatever funding is not provided by the federal government through the appropriation. So that's sort of the status. The billing component is yet to be determined. We just came up with some of the final numbers, and so it's up to really each company or entity to determine what billing process they would use with their boats that are signed up for that review program under them. Hope that helps, Pat. Happy to answer any other questions.
Okay. Any questions regarding that report or update? Not seeing any questions here. So, Keely, does that complete the NIMS reports? Thank you. Then we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Jeff Lackey is here to deliver that. Good afternoon, Jeff.
Good afternoon. I'll be reading from Agenda Item D1C, Supplemental Gap Report 1, a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on National Marine Fisheries Service Report. The GAP supports implementing a trawl gear exempted fishing permit as soon as possible in order to reduce the council, NIMS, and industry burden associated with managing and operating under the EFP. As the GAP noted in its September 2025 report under Agenda Item H2A, Council response to executive orders and administrative updates, implementing the current trawl gear EFP requires simple removal of a handful of regulations so that all groundfish trawlers can take advantage of midwater fishing for rockfish or forgo using the selective flatfish trawl gear for bottom trawl fishing between 4010 north latitude and 42 north. In other words, removing the regulations would allow midwater trawl fishing year-round and eliminate the requirement to use selective flatfish trawl between 4010 and 42. NIFS Report 1 details the low amount of incidental salmon catch occurring under the trawl gear EFP and concludes that after several years of active fishing under the CFP, the available data demonstrates a negligible likelihood that salmon bycatch thresholds for these gear types will be exceeded. Now that this analysis has been conducted and the Council and NIMS have detailed economic information on the benefit of these opportunities to EFP participants, there should not be further work needed to implement the EFP. Therefore, the GAP requests the Council and NIMS move forward as soon as possible with removing the regulations preventing the implementation of provisions under the CFP. Removing the regulations to make this possible in the fishery has been prioritized on the groundfish workload agenda item and would support the goals of the administration to remove regulatory barriers and support seafood competitiveness. The GAP received a briefing on electronic monitoring from NIMS and Pacific States Marine Fishery Commission, stating that EM participants will likely be charged by haul as the appropriations will not cover the full amount of the video review. The GAP has significant questions and discussion regarding how billing will be assessed between different gear types and fisheries, which impacts the amount of review time spent as well as the differing costs between sectors. The GAP requests that NIMS and PFMC prepare a report about how this will be billed with both EM companies, PSFMC and Saltwater, included to provide transparency on this process. The report should include the number of hauls received, hauls reviewed, and review time, as well as occurrences of data quality issues that could be impacting review and the effectiveness of the program, including water spots, system issues, and data gaps. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey on the groundfish report? Brad Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Yeah, thanks, Jeff, for the GAP report. Did the GAP have a discussion about the trade-offs between delaying spec flex potentially and implementing, moving this ahead? Was there a good discussion involved in that, or?
No, not specifically, no.
Okay.
Other questions? Asia Shumlo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jeff, for the report. I just wanted to highlight something you said that Lori Steele has also said to me, but again, that this one is, we keep saying put this one into regulation, but this one is actually relieving a restriction. And so I just want to remind everyone that that's the desire to move quickly, is because this actually creates less of a regulatory burden for folks. And then I think you did note in your report, it does tie into the executive order in that way, but yeah, this is a lessening activity. So that's all. Thank you, Jeff.
Other questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeff, on your last paragraph regarding the EM briefing that you received and the information regarding the billing. I think we heard Barry just give us a brief overview of his thinking on that. In your report, you're suggesting that NIMS and Pacific States prepare a report about how the billing will occur. In light of this kind of overview that we heard from Barry here today, are you still seeking a report on that topic, or do you think you have the clarity at this point that you need?
The discussion in the GAP revolved around, we were trying to deconstruct, maybe thinking through 2025. There are hauls that are made, there are hauls that are reviewed, there are sectors, and just trying to delineate all those items and almost looking retroactively at 2025. Could we have a report that showed maybe by sector, by haul reviewed, hauls, total hauls reviewed, and cost between sectors to better understand where the cost overruns are? Sort of like the concept is when you have a home or business and you have a request for payment, it usually accompanied by a line item invoice so that you can understand it and then maybe ask follow-up questions. So having something documented to better understand and maybe follow up with questions is what people were looking for in the GAP.
Other questions? And seeing none, thank you, Jeff. Completes our reports and takes us to public comment. I believe there is one, at least one. Lori Steele, who is remote. Lori, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Sorry I am not there in person, but hope to see you in April. I'm Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association, and I have been the Troggear EFP Coordinator and Manager since its inception in 2017. I am just here to express appreciation for the NIMS report under D1 on the Troggear EFP. It really is the the big piece of analytical information that we were needing in order to really move forward with deregulating this EFP. So for some additional information and for your information, I did submit as a written comment a table that summarizes all of the participation and the groundfish catch and bycatch in the Troggear EFP annually from 2018 to 2025. And this was compiled from catch reports sent to me from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. It also provides an estimate of the groundfish revenues generated from this EFP every year based on average price estimates. This EFP is generally provided an opportunity to land about 10 to 15 million pounds of groundfish annually, valued at around $3 to $5 million. And as you can see, salmon bycatch in the EFP has remained extremely low. I appreciate the GAP report and just want to support the statements that the GAP made regarding this EFP and the need to take some of this momentum and move this EFP into implementation phase and deregulate the regulations, get rid of the regulations that are necessitating the EFP. Ms. Kent did identify that there are 3 components of the EFP, and all 3 of them need to be deregulated. There isn't a lot of data in the area south of 42, and there really isn't a way to determine whether vessels were fishing, utilizing the area component of the EFP or the gear component of the EFP or both. But the fact of the matter is that the EFP has been in operation for 9 years, and we have the data to support removal of all of these regulations. The fact that we don't have a lot of data for one of the regulations just supports the fact that the regulation is just not necessary. We have to really move forward with all 3 components because if we leave one behind, it really isn't going to create the opportunity to continue an EFP just for that component. I am disappointed to hear that the council needs to spend even more floor time on this issue to get it done. And I really hope that moving this forward will not necessitate not getting something else done. The fact of the matter is that the analysis for this action is largely complete. And I am happy to work on compiling it and summarizing it for a NEPA document and providing that to council staff to expedite things. We've got the bycatch analysis now from NIMS. We have a very thorough catch share program review report that captures the socioeconomic aspects of this fishery, and it provides context on the economic importance of this opportunity for the groundfish vessels. The EFP itself has captured all of the data that we need to support this action, and it shouldn't take much staff time at all, and certainly shouldn't involve having to trade off work on a management action that is going to be much more intensive and demanding than finishing this one off. Also, I just want to remind the council that as now, I have not submitted an application to continue this EFP again in 2027. I was really encouraged by the council discussion about this last year and really thinking we could get this done in 2026, and here we are 5 months later talking about putting it on the schedule for another future council meeting. So I'm concerned about timing, and I guess I'll have to start at least thinking about 2027. But I do really ask the council to please find the most expeditious avenue for implementing this EFP. It is a deregulating action, and it fits right into the priorities of this administration. So other than that, thank you for the opportunity, and I am here to answer any questions if anybody has any questions about the EFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Steele on her testimony? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. More of a thank you to Ms. Steele for providing that table to put the catch of salmon into some context with the number of participants and how much groundfish has been caught and the economic value of that. That's been helpful for me to conceptualize or have some context for this. So just a thank you for having that data for us.
Other
Thank
questions?
you.
And I'm not seeing any hands. Now I do see a hand. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hessemer. And yeah, thank you, Lori, for all your hard work on this. I can certainly see why you'd like to get it off your desk. You haven't mentioned this explicitly, but I know on this your testimony today, but you have mentioned to me, I think, in a call yesterday about so what a secretarial amendment would be. It's something we've never done here, and maybe that's been kind of in your universe of thoughts and ways to move forward. Could you maybe describe for us what that actually you're talking about when you talk about a secretarial amendment as far as a potential option?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And I guess, process wise, I would turn to NIMS, to provide any additional details. It is something that at least several of us talked about, not on the council floor last year, but certainly in a lot of sidebar conversations about how we can get this done, in this administration. And the secretarial amendment came up as an option since a lot of the work has already been completed to support the EFP, and it is simply a deregulatory action. There are no new management measures that need to be created. We just need to erase some off the books. So it did seem very appropriate to request a secretarial amendment on this particular issue. I have some experience. I've seen it on the East Coast. So my experience is limited, and I certainly haven't seen it in practice here on the West Coast. But my understanding is that it would simply be a letter from the council to NIMS asking NIMS to take this action as a secretarial amendment to the Groundfish FMP, along with the rationale and the supporting materials. That would put it into the National Marine Fisheries Service to get it done without necessitating another council meeting or any further time on the council floor. So I came into this meeting really hopeful that we could just do that. It had been talked about in the past, but I don't think the council or NIMS have ever talked about it, formally.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Steele, for providing these comments. It's really useful to think about it from that perspective. Regarding the secretarial amendment, having not worked at NIMS and not ever been a council staffer before, I'm not super familiar with procedurally how those work. The way you just described it made it sound like it would be a reasonable option for the council to consider. I'm wondering if you could share your views on sort of the pros and cons associated with the council requesting such an amendment.
Well, I mean, honestly, thank you for the question. I don't, unless we hear from the National Marine Fisheries Service that it's not going to happen, I don't see any cons. I thought this would be certainly the most expeditious way to get this done. So I guess I would turn to NIMS for maybe a better understanding of the process and maybe the pros and cons from the NIMS perspective, because I'm looking at this really just from the perspective of minimizing additional work and minimizing additional council floor time and being as expeditious as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions for Ms. Steele? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Lori. Okay, that completes all our reports and the public comment. Takes us to council discussion. We can flash our task. Consider the updates you've heard, discuss them, and comment as appropriate. So we've covered a number of topics here. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't speak up earlier when there was some discussion with Ms. Kent because I thought my comments were more for the discussion than clarifying. Having been sort of the GMT lead on EFPs for over a decade, really helping Danny Platt and Barbara Emily with their EFP, working with John Holloway and ODFW on our EFP. They're great. A great way to get new information, but we struggle with how to get it into regulation. This has been going on, as Ms. Steele said, for 9 years. The ODFW EFP languished on the back burner for 5 years, and I don't want to see that happen with this. I don't know the magic way to make this happen as soon as we can, or as in the most expeditious way as possible, but I want to work on that. I think we owe it to our industry to find ways to help them. This fits within, as mentioned, the executive orders. This also fits in with some of the work we're doing under the special projects, taking another look at EFPs and how we get them into regulation. I know there's always a trade-off. If we work on one thing, something else likely isn't getting worked on. I just really don't want this to end up on the back burner for 5 years. In that 5 years, there was a change of staff and having to start over on the draft EIS multiple times. So whatever way we can make this move forward, whether we use Ms. Diamond's recommendation of this be meeting 1 and we come back in June as meeting 2, I don't know enough about the secretarial amendment process to know if that is feasible. We do have it scheduled. I don't know how the tables are labeled right now, but on our workload prioritization and management measures process that we're going to talk about in April, I share others' hesitancy to wait to talk about it until then. It's something we have already prioritized. So why do we need to go through that process again? It would also, we would lose. April's just around the corner, but that's a month of time that would be lost that could be done with analysis. But I do thank NIMFS for the information on the salmon bycatch. I think that's really helpful. So thank you for letting me share my thoughts.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd also like to just weigh in here and offer support for the discussion that we've had around the table, support for finding a expeditious way to get this moving forward. And I know we can't have it without talking about workload and trade-offs, but in terms of EFPs, I mean, this one, and I think credit to Ms. Steele for her work as the EFP coordinator for all of these years. It set a high bar in terms of the information we have, and appreciate the input from Executive Director, opportunity to talk about this more, think about what is a good pathway to move this forward. I also agree, it felt like it's been a high priority, and it feels like a step back to put it in that prioritization discussion for April. So just want to offer that so it's clear there's strong support for that conversation. Thank you.
Other discussion, Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to support the interventions made to try to scoot this along if we can after 9 years. We're working very hard on HMS EFPs, and it's quite depressing to think it might take another 9 years for that to yield fruit. I wonder also, is there a downside to the council making a formal request to the National Marine Fisheries Service to consider this as a secretarial amendment? If that's just too insulting or too far out in left field, let me know, but it certainly lays down a marker that we're keen on moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll maybe turn to Keely Kent and see if she wants to answer that. But before I do, just I appreciate everybody thinking about this, and you know, it's a workload planning thing that we're trying to avoid here, and that's good. But make sure in this discussion, my crystal ball says this is going to come up on day last, so we have the discussion to get all the information we need to make the workload decision then. So the secretarial amendment process, Keely, can you offer us any insights on what that would be? I know the council's past position on things like that, but please go ahead if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, interesting discussion. What we're talking about here is secretarial amendment authority under its Section 305D of the Magnuson Act. That's a very high bar to get to, and we very rarely use that authority. In my decade on rules, we've mostly, I'm not sure that I've ever used it sort of in isolation, right? We've used it for like little housekeeping things on top of a council action. So I would say it's a very high bar. I would say I don't have any immediate thought that like you couldn't ask, you couldn't send a letter, but it is not something that has been a pathway that we have been able to use over the years. You could ask. There might be something for you all to think about too, whether, and I apologize that I haven't stayed as much in depth on the seafood EO, so maybe you already have included this one, right? But there might be some nexus there of those conversations if you haven't already flagged the trial year EFP into regulation in that process. So yeah, it's a normal rulemaking from our perspective. Proposed and final is different authority. Things don't go through the council process, but they're extremely rare nationwide. The bar is very high. But if you would like to ask, you could try.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you. And just in the interest of trying to help us come to some resolution here, I think the message is clear that we want to move forward with this, and having an EFP that goes on for a decade that just seems unreasonable. And so as your executive director, I would like to help you get there. And just sitting here sort of texting with my staff a bit, there's some creative ideas that are already, we're trying to figure something out. And so I would say I continue to recommend that this is really a discussion under workload planning, and that would allow us to let our creative thinking gel a little bit more. We might have something for you at that time.
Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hasmer. I think might be good just to revisit why we have an EFP for midwater rockfish. And if you look back at the old observer records back in the day, people thought that the bottom trawl fishery caught 15,000 salmon a year. And that was probably from 1 or 2 tows that got extrapolated out when the fleet was 300 or 400 vessels. It's pretty apparent that since we've observer coverage, that world that's an illusion. And so it'd be nice to put this to bed. And I think it's been a great discussion. And I think it'll be good to have that, explore that as this week goes on. And I think as Executive Director Bird indicates that planning would be a great place to talk about this. But obviously, this is something that we need to get off our table because it's not an issue.
All right. Anything else to discuss? I think we've got a workload planning topic coming up. Marcy Yaremko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to follow up a bit with Barry on the exchange with Jeff Lackey. I saw you shaking your head when Jeff was describing the type of report that he and the GAP might be looking for. Is that something that you think you can provide them?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Marcy. Yeah, I was going to suggest, well, two things. One, I would separate this issue of billing versus the reporting of metrics associated with the EM review. And I think from a commission perspective, we'd be happy to pull together a retrospective report from 24 and 25 that includes the information related to I'll just focus on the last sentence of the GAP report, where a report that includes the number of hauls received, hauls reviewed, and review time, as well as any other factors, and make that publicly available, and bring that back to the council so that there is transparency. And we'll do what we can to pull that information from saltwater as well. So we have those metrics to look at the sort of cost and effort piece over time. So I think that would be my suggestion. The actual billing component, I view as really that's a business decision between saltwater and their boats, or Pacific States and the boats that are signed up for Pacific States, in terms of what the actual invoicing piece would look like. But probably separate that out from just that overall broad retrospective report.
Thank you. That answer your question. Other discussion here? And not seeing any, I don't want to prolong it. This was just a service report on these things, but lots of good discussion. Katrina, are we done?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've had lots of discussion on this item, and your work is complete.
All right. Thank you very much. We've got a couple of agenda items to go. We've been at it a long time. I don't want to stop in the middle of the next agenda item. So let's break for 7 minutes and then be ready to jump back into it. All right, let's find our chairs again. All right, thank you. Appears we're running a bit behind today. We have another groundfish item, and then we had the ecosystem management agenda item. Let you know right now, we are not going to get to that today. So when we resume tomorrow morning, we will be resuming with E1, the California Current Ecosystem Report. I apologize to those who were prepared to do it today and waiting, but we do have a function tonight also that has a hard start time on it, a limited window. So we will finish up with D2, and when we are done with that, we will adjourn for the day. So with that, Jesse Waller, please lead us into our next groundfish item.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item D2, adopt stock assessments. If you recall, in November 2025, you requested a second supplemental review of the 2025 Widow Rockfish stock assessment based on the SSC and advisory body comments. The SSC met on January 20th and 22nd to conduct this review and provides a recommendation on the adoption of the assessment, including a category and sigma recommendation in SSC Report 1, which was in your advanced briefing book. Attachment 1 is the Widow Rockfish Assessment, incorporating changes from the previous reviews in September and October 2025 and the SSC review in January 2026. Additionally, the SSC, in consultation with the STAT team, provided responses to the Groundfish Advisory subpanel and industry questions from November 2025, which is in SSC Report 2. And that, as you recall, is based on your guidance, or your motion in November related to the Widow Rockfish item. The council is scheduled to review the assessment as well as the advice of the SSC and other advisory bodies in public before considering adoption of the assessment for use in groundfish management. The council is also scheduled to consider alternative harvest control rules for Widow Rockfish under agenda item D4. In terms of reference materials, outside of the ones I've already spoken to, you also have a gap report and public comments. So your council action for today and council task is to adopt the Widow Rockfish stock assessment for use in fisheries management as appropriate. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the overview before we proceed? And seeing no questions, then, excuse me while I pull up my list. And we have the Scientific and Statistical Committee reports. Dr. Field. Good afternoon, John.
Thank you, members of the council. My understanding is that because the report has been in the briefing book for some time, it would be a little more acceptable in the interest of brevity to sort of paraphrase things and take any questions you might have. I suspect there might be one or two. So I'll be reading or paraphrasing agenda item D2A, SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee report on adopt stock assessments. The SSC held a supplemental stock assessment review for Widow Rockfish on January 20th and 22nd as a virtual meeting. Beginning with the revisions in response to the Groundfish Subcommittee and SSC comments in August and September of 2025, the Widow Rockfish stat has expanded the scope of this update to approximate a level of revision and analysis more consistent with a benchmark assessment. This was necessary to resolve questions related to previous data errors, to update the model to reflect the best contemporary tuning practices and treatment of life history, and to investigate the reasons behind the mismatch between fisheries observations and the model. Coupled with these previous investigations by the stat that were discussed in August and October, this additional work in January made it clear that the strongest driver for the change in status between the 2019 update and the current assessment, the 2026 base model, was due to shortcomings in the small but highly influential component of the data on which the 2019 update assessment was based. Other factors, particularly the new data collected since the 2019 update, also led to lower estimates of natural mortality and recruitment in some recent years. The SSC endorses the 2026 Witter Rockfish assessment as the best scientific information available. We recommend the Witter Rockfish assessment be designated a Category 1B stock assessment with a default sigma of 0.5, and recommend the next assessment be a benchmark. A little bit more discussion on that I think we could have and we'll also have in stock assessment planning. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I'm assuming that for Report 2, the most appropriate approach would be to respond to questions, but I'm happy to read the report into the record if you prefer.
Let's see first if there are any questions on Report 1. And I don't see any questions here, so thank you very much for that. What about Report 2?
Again, I'm happy to read the report or try and paraphrase it a little bit or take questions on the report if that is preferable. Again, the Report 2 was basically the SSC report on the Witter Rockfish question and answer document that was discussed at the January 20th and 22nd meeting.
Maybe if you can just briefly, I know everybody read it, but just briefly paraphrase and we'll see if a question comes out of that.
Of course. All right, so the first question was, why does simplifying the fleet structure in the October model result in a large change in the OFL in 2027? And again, the additional work done by the stat prior to and during the 2026 supplemental review made it pretty clear that the strongest driver for the change in status was really the unfortunate circumstances related to the data used to inform the bycatch estimates in both the 2015 and 2019 models, coupled with the composition data from all sources. So this really inflated the estimates of the 2013 recruitment. If you recall, the 2019 model of 2013 recruitment was the largest ever observed, far higher than the 1970 and 71 recruitments that basically led to the development of the fishery in the 1980s. The 2013 year class is still estimated to be strong in this assessment, just not nearly as strong. And it was really some complex interactions between how the bycatch estimates and the retention function within the bycatch selectivity curve was designed that led to this sort of erroneous and spurious estimate of that strong year class. When those errors were corrected, and there's some kind of follow along and see the steps involved with that in the, sorry, it was not the Q&A, but one of the series of requests that were in the kind of appended requests and responses in the January review. You can kind of track along and see that the depletion estimates scaled down tremendously. Part of what was leading to the very large OFLs were those OFLs were much larger than the equilibrium MSY level that we're actually managing for and towards. And so we are fishing the stock down, basically like catching the windfall, the difference between the stock being above target levels and the equilibrium MSY at target levels. When that recruitment from 2013, when the estimate of recruitment size was scaled back down, that essentially scaled down the entire stock trajectory. We're very close to the target level right now, but that means that allowable catches and OFLs are much closer to the equilibrium MSY level than those much higher levels as we were fishing the stock down in previous years. So there's some additional details relevant to that question in the November 2025 SSC statement as well. Okay, so I could go on, and perhaps I'll do that. Then the second question that was in the report was the fishery is congregated in a couple of areas with limited fishing on the stock and the remainder of the coast, which is known to have aggregations of witter rockfish. How does the model account for expected differences in spatial distribution between the survey and the fishery? And again, here, as is the case for all estimates, stock assessments of coastwide stocks, the assessment is based on the assumption that fishing mortality is applied evenly across the population, and there's some underlying assumption that there's freedom of movement across the spatial scale of the population as well. Some of the analyses, and I believe that these were, figures in response to request 3 in the supplemental part of the SSC report, show the distribution of the fishery relative to the distribution of the biomass from the Northwest Center's bottom trawl survey. And you can see that the greatest biomass seen by the survey does indeed overlap with the greatest removals from the fishery, but there is quite an extensive bit of biomass to the south of that area. It's true that the assumptions that are in the model may be violated to some extent. One of the research recommendations in the model is to explore the extent of bias that might be caused by this unequal distribution of fishing mortality, as well as the potentially less than free movement of widow rockfish. We don't know a whole lot about the movement patterns of widow rockfish, but it is true that the fishery takes place near the center of mass. I think that's about all we had to say about that one. I think in an earlier report, the report from the October review, it was also noted that there is some evidence within the bottom trawl survey that there is a bit of a shift in the age structure within the more heavily fished areas relative to the more unfished areas within the coastwide abundance and demographic trends from the survey. So that does give us some indication that there is a little bit more. We're seeing the impact of fishing mortality being concentrated in that area within the sum of the survey data. But again, that's some preliminary analyses that are, ripe for deeper, more thoughtful investigation. The third question, how does the change in hook and line discard data result in such a large change in biomass when hook and line mortality is such a small fraction of the overall mortality? And again, the results of request 2 from the SSC meeting in January suggests that the reason for this change is that the 2019 update included discard estimates that, given the retention assumptions of the assessment, were interpreted as evidence for that very large recruitment in 2013. Removing the hook and line data removed those discard data as well, and hence the signal of that large recruitment. Again, that's more fully explained in response to question 1, as are some of the plots there. Question number 4 was, how does the model take into account that the trawl survey occurs during the day, but the fishery occurs at night? And the answer is the model does not explicitly take that to account directly. Rather, the model estimates different selectivity patterns for the trawl fishery and the survey. The results of the assessment are not sensitive to the timing of either the fishery or the survey, but they do need to account for any systematic changes in either one, which would lead potentially to selectivity changes within the fishery or the survey. So the survey's conducted in the same method over all time. The survey is also treated as a relative rather than absolute index because it samples consistently across time. So how it samples temporarily is not really that important for developing the index. Question number 5 was, how does the model take into account the influence of the season extension via the EFP? Prior to 2017, the midwater rockfish fishery was only allowed to use midwater gears during the primary whiting season. In 2018, an EFP was started and continues today that allows for the year-round midwater trawl fishing. And the model accounts for these changes in removals after 2017. The seasonal extension in 2017 could have manifested as a change in fishery selectivity and potentially catchability, but this should not impact the assessment because the fishery CPUE data for recent years is not used in the assessment, and the assessment does allow for a change in selectivity pattern in 2017 using the time blocks for selectivity. Question number 6, fishery mortality in CPUE has been stable over the last 8 years. How does that comport with the estimated productivity being so low in the 10-year projections, which don't seem very sensitive to the greatly reduced allocations? So the assessment indicates that fishing intensity has also been relatively stable. With respect to changes in the fishery CPUE relative to those in reproductive output, which is what we use to estimate depletion, care needs to be taken because the population component in which the CPUE and spawning output relate to are different. So basically, if you look at the selectivity patterns for the midwater trawl fishery, it's very dome-shaped. And in recent years, the large fish contribute much more to reproductive output than the small fish. So again, one of the requests that we made in the January meeting was directly in response to that. That was request 1. And there's a figure in there that shows the vulnerable biomass by fleet. And what that figure essentially shows is that similar to what we heard from the fishery, the change in vulnerable biomass to the midwater fleet. So essentially the population abundance would, after it's gone through the filter of the selectivity function, has also been relatively stable in the time period between 2018 and 2024. It starts to dip a little bit in 2025. But if you look at those trajectories, are considerably more stable than the spawning output, which is, again, primarily contributed by these larger, older fish, which has been steadily declining from a peak after about 2015 or 16. The new age and length data from both the surveys and fisheries also suggests a series of relatively low recruitments between about 2018 and 2020, and these are the key contributing factors to the lower OFLs in the upcoming years, as these are, in fact, the year classes that would be fully selected in the midwater trawl fishery in the 2027-28 time period. This is shown in response by the stat to request 6 from the January 2026 meeting, in which you can contrast the age structure estimated by the base model for 2027 relative to the age structure of a population that would be modeled at equilibrium with the SPR target and assuming no recruitment variability. So the poor recruitment between 2018 and 2020 estimated in the base model is manifest as these lower numbers of age 7 to 9 fish within that graph. The other thing that we have discussed a couple times is that hyperstability is also possible and perhaps likely in the fisheries that target large aggregations, for which CPUE from the fishery may not be a good index of abundance. So the Northwest Fisheries Science Center initiated an effort to evaluate whether hyperstability may be a contributing factor in a fishery-dependent CPUE trends for widow rockfish, as discussed in the September 2025 methodology review topic, which was adopted by the Council. So the Science Center will be taking a closer look at this over the coming months. Later this year, I believe we would have the methodology review. Final question, why does the fecundity change in the October supplemental model runs have such a large influence on the estimated OFL? So the change in fecundity function has almost no impact on the assessment numbers at age over time, but greater fecundity of larger animals implies that when the stock is measured in eggs produced rather than biomass, the stock is slightly more depleted. I believe the difference is 0.501 rather than 0.514 in 2025. And fishing mortality, which is again measured in terms of the reduction in egg production, is slightly greater. In total, this leads to a minor reduction in the long-term equilibrium yield based on the SPR proxy and hence the 2027 OFL. But the overall impact of this change is relatively minor. The size-dependent fecundity relationship is very well documented for rockfish, and the terms of reference for groundfish stock assessments recommend accounting for the relationship in rockfish assessments as best practices. That was new. That was not there when the 2025 assessment was done, and some of the information was not yet available for the rockfish fecundity parameterization in 2025. But since that time, all rockfish assessments performed over the last decade or so, since about 2015, and many of the older assessments, but not all, do account for the size-dependent fecundity. It has also been noted, however, that because most of our current reference points were developed prior to the widespread inclusion of size-dependent fecundity in assessment models, it is possible that the current reference points are less risk-neutral and may be more risk-adverse than those that might have been recommended from assessments and simulation studies that do account for size-dependent fecundity. That's discussed in the national standards as well. There are some other inconsistencies among the reference points within the groundfish FMP as related to steepness estimates and spawning output reference points. The SSC has recognized that this is among the several reasons to reconsider our reference points within the groundfish FMP more broadly, with and when time and resources allow, and particularly the time and resources necessary to update simulation or MSE studies. I think that probably gives you enough to chew on for a little bit. I'm happy to try and address any questions you have on this report.
Any questions regarding the second report, the Q&A report? Everybody followed along quite well. Corey Niles, sorry, it's hard to find you over there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was seeing if anyone had any questions. And I'm glad I waited until after the second report, John, because I think you got to the questions I would ask on the first report. First of all, thank you. Thank you for this extra Q&A document and for the extra review. I think you guys, I hear your recognition of why the council asked for that, for these going above and beyond with this stock in this situation. I guess one question, I'm guessing, seeing how busy you all were at this meeting, you probably didn't have time for much interaction with the GAP, and you may have seen their statement, and we'll be hearing from them shortly on their views. But yeah, and you just gave us a lot to think about there. But the two main questions I think I've heard from industry and the GAP are two, and you spoke to this, is, hey, we're fishing in a very small footprint compared to what the fishery was back in the 80s and at its height. And two, they're not seeing in the midwater targeting, they're not seeing a drop in the CPUE. So I was wondering if you could maybe restate your answer, not in the same way, of course, but elaborate a bit on your views on both. And then maybe I was going to ask you about the graph you pointed out from report 1 on the top of page 3, the vulnerable biomass by fleet. And I actually, if I'm probably not understanding this, but it looks like they should have seen CPUE go down since about 2015, 2016 in this figure, but you said it was consistent with what they were seeing. So, long way of saying, could you just maybe give a little bit more on what you think the effect of the assessment is on this smaller footprint, and then on this not seeing a drop in the CPUE?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. Yeah, with respect to the graph, I think I did note it. I meant to that there was a bit of a drop in the sort of the vulnerable biomass by fleet between about 2015 and 2018. But after that, it dips a tiny bit, then it increases a little bit, then it dips a little bit. And for all intensive purposes, I would be surprised if those were the kind of shifts that were really perceptible by a fleet that knows what they're doing, knows how to find aggregation. So, the fact that they did not notice a dip between 2015 and 2017, I think that you could think about a number of ways why that might be. Selectivity was a little different. The fishery was operating a little differently. The dip was not tremendous. But, I think that we did think that this did help to at least partially align the perception of the fleet with the perception of the model with respect to the relative stability of the vulnerable biomass to the midwater trawl fleet. With respect to hyperstability, this is a phenomena that's well known and documented in other populations. It's really a little more notorious for fisheries that take place on, say, spawning aggregations, where you really don't see a shift in catchability until populations are very low. Hyperstability has also been described for many coastal pelagic species, where you can always find the species. I think the classic example I believe we talked about, so I hope I'm not going out of bounds here, but I believe we talked about during a discussion of hyperstability is that during the 1972-73 El Nino, in Peru, when the Peruvian anchoveta fishery dropped from an enormous biomass to a very low biomass, this was due to a strong El Nino event in which the fish were actually pushed in a very small band of cool water closer to the coast. So there was strong habitat compression, and the fish were simply very vulnerable to the fishery. So there's a number of different ways that hyperstability could manifest. We're not entirely certain that it is or isn't a factor in this fishery, but it seems like it could be, and that would help explain the lack of alignment between what the fishery is seeing and what the stock assessment model is seeing. And again, I think we're going to have a great opportunity to learn and hear more about that as that methodology review takes place.
Other questions? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Your example of hyperstability, you gave an example on an El Nino situation, but could you give me an example anywhere else that would describe hyperstability besides that environmental event?
Yeah, I think the other classic example is spawning aggregations. So I believe it was a paper by Brad Erisman that was in fact cited in the methodology review proposal, in which spawning aggregations of, I believe it was kelp bass or sand bass, or maybe both of the Southern California Paralabrex basses. When they spawn, they create these large aggregations. California scorpion fish do something very similar. So if you know where they're going to be, you can always find them, and your catch rates are really not, they're going to stay stable even as the population declines steeply. So that's the idea behind hyperstability, is there's stability in catch rates despite the fact that the population may be declining because the fish are in, they're basically in an aggregation that's easily discoverable.
Okay. And is that what's happening with widow rockfish?
I think the short answer is maybe. That's why there was a desire to investigate this further and do a methodology review and evaluate if there's evidence for it happening, and if so, whether or not you could account for that and actually still find a way to use CPUE data.
Other questions? Look around hard, and I don't see any hands, but I do see Corey Niles now. Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. This is a question that's going to come up later in the week when we talk about stock assessment priorities. But John, could you just give you like the 30-second version on what you do, this methodology review and some of these other ideas, but and maybe just a heads up that there's interest for later in the week about what you think is doable over the next 2 years versus what takes longer to do in terms of starting to make progress on some of these questions that folks have raised.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. Yeah, I think what I would suggest is that as the SSC and the stock assessment teams have gone through, these numerous round of reviews, we've learned a lot. Like I think all of us learned, in greater detail. I think we have a few red or yellow, I wouldn't say red, yellow flags. We're a little more frightened of retention curves for dealing with bycatch. So we're thinking about that and how those are used in other assessments. So I think there's a number of things we've learned that will ultimately improve all the stock assessments that we developed and how we review them. So there's been a lot of scrutiny. That also means there's been, a longer research and data needs, document, and there's a lot more to do to understand really what's going on with this stock and stocks that are similar. We've talked a lot about the fact that the bottom trawl survey is not the most informative index we could have for these midwater populations. One of the requests said take the survey out and see how the model changes, and it simply doesn't change very much when you take out the index alone. So we've certainly learned quite a bit. We have a lot more to do. I know the Science Center is working very hard on other sources of information that might be informative, so that will come up when we discuss stock assessment prioritization. They'll talk about the trade-offs associated with revisiting this assessment in the near term versus the long term, and the trade-offs associated with having the time available to actually go in and do some of the work that's needed to make longer term improvements.
Thank you. And any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Check here. I think that, now we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report. Jeff Lackey. Welcome back, Jeff.
Yes, and my name is Jeff Lackey. I'll be reading from Agenda Item D2A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Gap Report on Adopt Stock Assessments. The GAP appreciates the supplemental reviews undertaken to answer questions about the widow rockfish assessment, but has concerns about its adoption as best scientific information available or for use in the fisheries management for the following reasons. First, Assessment model incorporation of older fish found in the bottom trawl survey dramatically reduced model productivity. For example, in looking at the leave one out analysis, request 6 from January 2026 SSC meeting, removing the bottom trawl survey ages of all years resulted in the default 2027 model overfishing limit would have been 74% higher. The most recent and influential data from older fish is coming from recent years 2019 through 2024. In reality, older fish in the survey would seem to be a sign of a healthy stock and likely due to a combination of de facto aquarium status, that is dramatic reduced fishing pressures, through most of its range post-2000 management changes and bottom trawl large fish selectivity. Second point, assessment model revision of decade-old era recruitment class downward, resulting in 2017 through 2027 declines of 43%. I need to correct the written record here. It's not 43, it should be 39% for spawning biomass, and instead of 52, it's actually 43% for fraction unfished. Paints a rather bleak coast-wide picture of the stock. This model result is contradicted by the reality of a geographically narrow and sustained high CPUE fishery, historically highest species recruitment signals from largely unfished California, very lightly fished shelf coast-wide, and species estimated 50% maturity at 5.47 years. Third point, assessment model projecting nearly flat 2026 to 2036 spawning biomass and fraction unfished, even after projecting near 50% reduction in a decade of annual catch limits, seems incompatible with the previous 2 points in the 21 through 2025 recruitment year classes, all estimated above previous 50-year median value. Fourth point, leaving such management decisions to next specification cycle after a new widow benchmark assessment does not jeopardize the capacity of the fishery to produce the maximum sustainable yield on a continuing basis in the short or long term, particularly with the high CPUE fishery that leaves the majority of the stock range very lightly fished, ACLs well below the 2017 through 26 levels, and additional signs of good stock health noted in the first 2 bullet points. However, if the Council recommends that NIMS deems the assessment as BSIA, the GAP recommends limited its use in management and exploring a wider range of management actions. As noted in Agenda Item D4A, NIMS Report 1, NIMS stated, quote, at its January 2026 supplemental review meeting, the SSC concluded that the 2025 assessment constituted BSIA and represented a Category 1 assessment. However, based on its final evaluation of the assessment, the SSC could endorse the assessment as reflecting BSIA, but recommend limiting its application for use in management decisions, end of quote. In that case, the GAP fully supports exploring alternative management decisions and will provide more rationale for those potential management decisions under Agenda Item D4. The GAP continues to be greatly concerned by the continuing pattern of new assessments essentially rewriting history and greatly adjusting stock status from previous times and previous assessment results by substantial amounts. We were able to have NIMS leadership and stock assessors in the room and had a positive discussion about the willingness of fishery participants to voluntarily collect data for NIMS, i.e. acoustic data, video data, catch in different areas with different catch age, recreational reports, etc., and the need to determine how to best collect this information so that it can be most useful to the process. The GAP encourages NIMS and industry to continue collaborative research that would support information collection for widow rockfish and other critical groundfish species. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey on the GAP report? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lackey, for your report. I don't have any specific questions, but I do just want to commend the GAP for having that conversation that you mentioned in the last paragraph. How can industry contribute to data collection? And I hope that that bears fruit, that you'll be able to provide additional information to improve the quality of the assessments, or maybe a better match between what you're seeing on the water and what you see in the output. And also appreciate that the GAP did say, if we're going forward, making this the best scientific information available, then that, I understand that would not be something that would necessarily embrace, but you would take that step and then move on to look at what we're going to do tomorrow, alternative harvest. So thanks to the GAP.
All right, thank you. Other questions, comments? Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Mr. Lackey. And the bottom half, the second page, there's a paragraph. It says the GAP continues to be greatly concerned by the continuing pattern of new assessments, essentially rewriting history and greatly adjusting stock status from previous times and previous assessment results by substantial amounts. And I recognize, like, for Widow especially, like, there was an error in a previous assessment, but we've seen this in other recent assessments as well. And how can you touch on any? Are there any others in particular to highlight, because you said more than one, but also how do you kind of like grapple with the fact that we have that, but then we have these stocks that were declared overfished. We were told it was going to be anywhere from 8 to 100 years to rebuild. They were done in 4 to 20 years. And it's kind of like the opposite, we have these two different situations where how are we handling this? And can you speak to that at all?
So as far as talking about stock assessments in general and rewriting history, two that come to mind, and I was looking back, short spine and canary. I graphed the biomass from the 2013 assessment and 2023 assessment for short spine. It just cuts it by more than half, just as an estimation. Aging data was used that was 40 years old and known to be a suspect at best. And it sort of set the new standard that we have. My understanding is essentially a age to maturity that went from 9 years old for short spine in 2013 to 25 years old in 2023. And so we all of a sudden have allocations cut by 60%, and we have a fishery that its footprint is just a shadow of itself compared to when we had dozens of boats on the shelf with far less oversight and management years ago. 30 years of mortality that was far more than what we have now, and yet we're constrained with short spine in almost through a different interpretation. History was rewritten. Same thing with canary. Different assumptions made, allocations cut by more than half, and up and down the coast, trawl, non-trawl, different states, people saying they see something different in the water and having a footprint, again, that's far less than we had for decades through 70s, 80s, 90s. And so that type of thing. And as far as species rebuilding faster than thought by multitudes, I think it's been seen by those around the process and industry that our stocks seem to be far more resilient and our footprint far less than it used to be in general.
Thank you. So in relation to that, one of the statements from the SSC, I believe it's report 2, acknowledges some reference points that we need to be looking at to change, that maybe there were some that were not as risk neutral. And we know more as we grow and move on and we learn more. So with that, I kind of going back to the second part of my first question is, we have these stocks that were declared overfished, these very long timelines to rebuild, but were rebuilt in essentially light speed. So there's some understanding that is being lost or is off of these stocks, whether it their productivity or really the world of the stock, how big it actually is, the reality of it is off. But can you speak to how we deal with those two things?
Well, I would say that that's the general feeling in industry, that the perceived negativity of recent stock assessments doesn't match the resilience of species bouncing back in from previous down periods, and what the result on the water is now compared to what we're being told biomass and accepted removals can be to maintain a status quo. It's industry generally feels the negativity is not matching history of stock rebounding or what's in the water now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lackey, for this. This is really helpful to hear this discussed. The questions that Ms. Diamond were raising, I think, are really important because they really get at sort of the perception of where these stocks are, where they are, and really gets at the crux of sort of science policy interface and science interest holder interface. So I think they're really salient. You actually once told me something that stuck with me really deeply, which was how dynamic our West Coast ecosystem is. And given how many species we have in our groundfish F&P and the realities of what it's like to be a fisherman or manage fishermen and vessels, and how it changes every year, you know, in association with that dynamism and the changes that we have in our environment and our markets and all those things. So I'm wondering if you can maybe just help me put those two things together, knowing that we exist in this ecosystem that is in a lot of flux in all these different ways. And we have all these stocks that we're trying to provide opportunity to fish. And the fact that we are limited in the amount of resources we have to do stock assessments or any science that helps us understand stocks, whatever those might be. So I'm just wondering if you can help me get my head around that a little bit more and maybe get a little more of your perceptions on how to merge those two things.
So, and Jeff, before you answer that excellent question, just a teaser. I know the first public commenter we have is Mr. Jeff Lackey. So, Jeff, I'll let you decide which hat you want to wear to answer that. You're speaking for the GAP now, and if that's something the GAP has discussed, please go ahead. If you think it's more appropriate for your opinion, if that's okay.
Totally fine. I'm sorry to put you in that position, Jeff.
Well, with that criteria, maybe it would be more appropriate for the public comment.
All right, then we'll remember that. And so make sure we're looking for questions on the GAP report here. And I'm seeing no others, so don't leave. I guess I gave you the teaser there. We're going to move, that completes our reports. We'll move into public comment. And there it is. I was right. Mr. Jeff Lackey is first. Jeff.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jeff Lackey. I manage 2 trawl vessels out of Newport. I've tried to get more involved in stock assessments since the last 2 cycles have affected us in industry, not just trawl, quite greatly. And I wanted to try to I thought about this, and I thought to get to the crux of the matter, I think we need to think spatially. And I go back to 2 items to try to narrow this down. The first item is I go back to Kurt Cochran, longtime fisherman, gave under this agenda item in November. I would recommend people listen to it on the first day towards the end. He gave public comment. He talked about being a fisherman since he was 9, captain since 18, owner since 21, and how back before there was all the rules we had now, he'd been about on just so many rocks up and down the coast. And he could name which rocks had widow and where he'd fished, and a lot of bottom trawl up and down the coast. And a lot of those areas are either closed or de facto closed now, whether it's closed for EFH or whether it's closed because you can't go there with a bottom trawl net, or you can't go there with an 8-inch foot rope, or you can't go there because of canary or small widow. There's areas that he knows that the scientists don't and that modern fishermen don't, because he's been there and you can't go there now, and the bottom trawl survey doesn't go there. The extent of widow isn't just thinking about it up and down the coast, it's also a depth. And the life cycle of the widow, we know that they move out. Also, if you look at young of year, the sign is more intense off California and some places up off of Washington. So what we have, when you think about this spatially, the widow is, the population itself is extensive. And so it's protected the old. We're seeing more old fish in the bottom trawl survey. Well, we were kicked off the shelf in 2000. And so as the fish move, we hardly fish California, very little Southern Oregon, and not on the shelf. Washington's a whole different animal because you get both yellowtail and canary, and they're better off coming down to Oregon to fish because you can get cleaner, larger fish without the bycatch risk. And so that's, if you think about it spatially, how can we be in a few areas and they continue to be productive 9 years later after over 10,000 a year average? Well, you have such the way Kurt's explained it before, we're fishing on the overflow of the species. It spawns year after year. The old are protected. The young move out in life cycle. And if you look at, I forget what table it is, but the midwater ages distribution in the stock assessment survey, you see almost like a 5-year pattern of the ages up and down for the last 40 years. It's almost like the ocean the ocean, the fishery almost has its own rhythm. And if you have a few year classes that aren't that great, it almost fits the pattern. And sometimes you get these banger year classes and sometimes you don't, but you still see that pattern. And so when we talk about, that was the first piece. I'm going on too long, but the second piece is what was touched on earlier, and that was in the Q&A document from the SSC that they say, as in the case for all assessments of coastwide stocks, the assessment is based on the assumption that fish mortality is applied evenly across the population, as well as associated underlying assumption that widow rockfish move sufficiently freely, and these assumptions are typically probably violated. And so when we know that we have a narrow fishery that's being fed by a vast expanse of largely unfished, and we have our models, assessments that are based on an assumption of a homogeneous fishery, that there's the disconnect. And you have the assessments that have such hypersensitivities, whether it's you remove the age data and there's 74% increased OFL, or you have year classes that we're revising with this one that are over 10 years old, but we don't need to go back and sort of calculate from a scientific method what those recruiting classes must be, because we already know that those recruiting classes collectively from a decade ago supplied a fishery in abundance. We also know recruiting classes, much is made of the 2018 through 2020 recruits being a little lower than average, but we also see the 21 through 25, each one of those classes estimated above median value. And in the 10 years before the 2018, there's a lot of high classes yet still. And there's other sensitivities in the model that you see things move 10% this way or that way, or you reweight with Francis and it jumps back up. It leads you to less confidence in the model, and it leads you to want to then put more emphasis on validating with the physical world. But when you look at the physical world, I'll just leave you with this. It leads you to believe, this is my bottom line opinion on all that, the assessment model is ill-suited to the limited data streams and the spatial natures of the stock and the fishery. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Questions for Jeff? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. More of a thank you that I know the GAP in general has been very involved in this, and you in particular, Mr. Lackey, have been very involved, communicating a lot with the assessment authors, with the SSC. So just want to acknowledge and say thank you for all of that effort. I don't know we're going to get the outcome you're hoping for, but I appreciate you keep turning over stones to make sure we get the best outcome we can.
Thank you. Let me check with Corey Ridings because I pushed your question into public comment. If it was answered, would you like to re-ask or something else?
Thanks, Chair. I'll just turn to Mr. Lackey. I felt that he got to a lot of what I was asking about, but if he'd like to expand more, I'd like to provide him the opportunity.
Yes, and let me just try to make sure I understood. It was the dynamic nature of the ocean as it's related. There was another in combination with
how we're seeing the perception and sort of this rewriting history aspect and the changes in these stock assessments and how all that's coming forward recognizing that that is, you know, in a very dynamic ecosystem. Part of that is just really understanding the job that fishermen have on the West Coast and how hard it is in a lot of ways to think about when and where and how to go fishing. You know, and even if none of this existed, you know, how would that be done in a sustainable way for fishing for the future? So I'm just trying to figure out the relationship in your mind between sort of this really dynamic, changing ecosystem that's doing so at different scales, that's happening both socially and economically and environmentally, and just how that dovetails with the perception that these stock assessments are rewriting history, or how you would change that, or how you would interpret that differently.
I don't know if this will answer the question exactly, but what comes to mind is the widow has been fished down before, and we know what it looks like, and we know what it looks like for different species. Your primary spots closest to port that have the best fish in the shortest amount of time with the least amount of bycatch is where you go. And if you fish those out, you go to the places that are further away or take a little longer or have a little more bycatch. And so with all the changes that you have to deal with dynamically, your gauge of how you're doing is fishermen would probably point to what are your spots holding up. I was talking with somebody that I feel like we could almost just take what we've done in the past 8 years, look at it. We've averaged over 10,000 metric ton, and say just set it at 9,000, let her rip, and if you get to 1 year where you're seeing some warning signs, then you back it off. Like you could almost respond. You could almost respond by what the ocean's telling you, because it's so hard to mathematically model the dynamic nature. And so I think listening to the ocean should be a check in the scientific process for the hypothesis.
Thank you. Other questions? And not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. And next we have Elena Novak. Elena, good afternoon.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Hasmer, Council members. I am Elena Novak, speaking on behalf of the Oregon Trout Commission on agenda item D2, Adopt Widow Stock Assessment. OTC is a fisherman-funded state commodity commission which was established by the state legislature to support the Oregon trout fishing industry. We represent Oregon trout fishermen participating in the groundfish and hake fishery, delivering their catch to the Oregon shore-based processors. OTC appreciates and supports the statement from the GAP on this agenda item. We as well have concerns with the designation of this assessment as best scientific information available, also known as BSIA. In addition to thorough concerns identified by the GAP, I would like to add that the survey that informs widow rockfish assessment does not adequately sample the stock in its optimal habitats, the rocks. While the data collected on the periphery of those rocks by the bottom troll survey is good, it is highly limited and is likely not representative of the entire widow population. We know very little about the behavior and movement patterns of widow rockfish. I hope that BSIA designation, if that's what Council has to do, of the widow assessment with all its identified flaws does not end up hampering motivation to seek scientific progress on this important commercial stock. We need more scientific progress, stronger data, and we need the industry's knowledge to be utilized in the assessment process. We do believe that that's how you can improve these assessments, including widow. Lastly, we recommend that the Council does not use the current widow rockfish assessment to set the future ACL. We support the Council's consideration of alternative harvest control rules for this stock, and I plan to provide some comments under that agenda item as well. That concludes my brief statement. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Novak on her testimony? And looked around the table here, no questions, Elena, so thank you very much. That completes reports. Public comment takes us to council action, adopting the stock assessments. That should very simple there. So we'll look around. Who wants to initiate discussion on this? Brad Pettinger.
Thanks, Chair Hasselmer. I just like to say I really appreciate the gap statement and particularly Jeff Lackey's leadership on this issue. Actually, the stock assessment issue, I think, over the last couple of years. It seems like there is a disconnect from the reality of what the fleet is seeing on the water and what assessment results are. Or have been the last few years. Sometimes we ask too much of our stock assessment folks with the available resources to them. We're trying to do so much with really not enough resources to really do the job we're asking them to do. But I think one of the ways that you can help maybe alleviate the issue is when you're making the assumptions is to interact with the people who are actually participating in the fishery and really understand the fishery, what's going on in it. And it seemed like that the discussions the industry's had the last year or two have been a long ways, I think, into maybe rebuilding those relationships and that communication stream to add some richness to assessments that are ongoing here with available resources we have. I think about the canary or the widow rockfish assessment. There's been virtually no fishing south of Cape Blanco on widow rockfish over the last 10 years. And there's a lot of fish down there. And so it just seems hard. Well, it just seems like a lot is being missed in this process. I think that Jeff comment about just leave it at 9,000 tons and just run it for a while and just see what happens. Because really we have a process that doesn't allow you to make a mistake. We're always hedging. We always don't want to push the boundaries a little bit, but you never learn anything unless you push the boundaries. And I'm not saying that we need overfish stocks. I've been in that world before. I don't want to go there. But it seems like we're continually shortchanging ourselves and hamstringing the industry, and we're wondering why these ports are suffering. It's because we're always taking the precautionary approach, I guess, is what we're doing, but that is not a very successful model for a successful ports, fisheries on the long term. I think that I'm a little bit kind of hamstrung here a little bit, but I'm very frustrated on on what we're hearing. The SSC report wasn't very convincing to me. I thought the GAPS statement had more validity to it as far as the real issues that need to be addressed here. We're going to have to probably accept this assessment. I hope we can do better in the future. And I'm hoping that communication, the dialogue between industry and the scientific community will grow. And I'm hoping we can make this process better in the future. Like D4 is going to be an interesting discussion. Hopefully we can make the best of what we can with here tomorrow.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, are we making a determination on whether or not this is or is not the best scientific information available, or can we just adopt the rockfish stock assessment for use in fisheries management as, without necessarily agreeing to BSIE? I don't know if I'm leapfrogging into item D4. Thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the question, Dr. Lent. It is the purview of the SSC to make the BSIA determination. So they have done that in January. And so your job here is to receive that and formally adopt the assessment or not.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. Do just want to acknowledge all the work that has gone into this. Industry, stock assessors, agency staff. There was we're no longer calling it mop-up, I don't remember, supplemental review. There was a supplemental review scheduled in October, and that happened to be during the federal furlough, and the SSC folks who were able to attend put a lot of effort and really tried their best there with a lot of input from Mr. Lackey and others. And then in November, we decided to go to what in delegation, I think was called the moo-moo, the mop-up. So this has been a very iterative process that's different than what we give a lot of other assessments. Appreciate all that time and effort, and I know it's taken council staff time, it's taken NIMS time, it's taken staff from ODFW's time to try to come up with this, as well as a lot of time from our industry members. I too struggle with some of the information we've been receiving on stock assessments. I remember Mr. Merritt McRae talking to us last cycle, showing a graph of a suite of assessments that all were pulled down. The biomass was scaled down, including black rockfish in Oregon, which is a primary driver of our recreational fishery. And we're now down. We had to have a 3 fish bag limit for part of last year. So this is impacting a lot of fisheries in general. Widow, I think, is really highlighting it. It's come to the forefront. And I know we're going to continue to talk about widow under D4. I think 3 or 4 agenda items this meeting, we're going to be talking about widow and what do we do moving forward. Assuming we adopt this as suitable for management, I do hope we have the robust discussion under D4 on various or different harvest control rules, different ways to mitigate a little bit of the impact to our fishery. Just a few thoughts.
Thank you. Other discussion? I think we sorted out Corey Ridings and Caroline McKnight.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted we've been over this before. I don't think it's worth belaboring. This comes up repeatedly, and I think maybe that is the point of the council, to continue to have these discussions and continue to improve, and this provides a really good forum to do that. I continue to believe that we have the best stock assessment science in the world, and we have some of the best stock assessment scientists in the world across our FMPs. I'm thinking about CPS, I'm thinking about Groundfish. There's an incredible amount of expertise that goes into those, and I really want to recognize that, just how deeply thoughtful a lot of folks at NIMS, at the states, at the tribes, who are doing their best to support the most robust scientific process possible. I think sometimes it's easy to forget that stock assessment science has a lot of inherent uncertainty, and sometimes it's really hard to talk about. I'll confess, sometimes I even get lost in my own mind when I'm moving through a stock assessment and trying to figure out how that fits in with management and what's that mean and where did it come from. It's really complex. So I sympathize with anyone and everyone who doesn't immediately understand it. In this case, we didn't like the results of the assessment. We had a lot of concerns about it, and we took it a couple more rounds. We went to not what we call mop-up. We went a couple more rounds after that. And I heard Dr. Field say earlier today that he thinks, and it sounds like the SSC discussed, that there were some really positive things that actually came out of that, some deeper understanding about widow as potentially about other species. So that's a positive outcome I certainly wasn't aware of. At the end of the day, the SSC did deem it BSIA, so that is what it is. I certainly heard in it, as I asked Mr. Lackey the question earlier, reflecting on that age-old question about when what happens on the water isn't matching up what we see with the science. When it feels like we're rewriting history, when industry has taken extremely painful, irreversible cuts, only to be told something different shortly thereafter. That's real. Part of that, I think, is ongoing improvement, and I'm grateful to NIMS and their leadership for trying to make those improvements. I see the program improving. I see attempts to, at every turn, at every assessment cycle, make things better. I wanted to especially thank the industry members who came out in this process to give their knowledge and their wisdom to the process. I heard from so many people that that was valuable. And so I think, shout out to Mr. Lackey, his name has been mentioned multiple times, who took his effort to participate in that and brought his knowledge and his colleagues' knowledge from the water and helped give that to the process. And I hope other folks are able to do that. I realize that that is not free labor. So I'm just recognizing that comes at a cost for any person who decides to participate. I think in terms of trying to move forward with what this has meant for a lot of the industry members, one, we want to understand that in a very real way for who, how, and when, so we can mitigate that. Also, we are currently doing, or I think we're doing, Specs Flex. We continue to get creative advice from the agency to think about management responses. And the agenda item, which I think we'll get at maybe tomorrow, but looking around these harvest control rules. So I'm excited to look in that, and just a pre-thanks to everyone who was involved with thinking about ways to do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the essence of time, I think Ms. Writing said it way better than I did, as well as Ms. Mattis, but I just wanted to comment on a few things that I heard. And first, I wanted to acknowledge the SSC and Dr. Field's comments about a lot of lessons learned. And this is a second stock assessment cycle that we've come through with some challenging outputs for assessments that have, I think, pushed all of our limits in terms of staffing and extra time and beyond what we would have normally done for supplemental review. And that, in combination with, outstanding and excellent engagement from our GAP and other industry members who are far more invested now than I think maybe in the past before we had pre-assessments and, you just got to a star panel and you gave some comments and then we moved on. And we look and are operating very differently now than we were then. And I just really want to congratulate everyone and express my gratitude for that, because while I still have some, unresolved issues about this assessment, and there are a lot of things that are making me scratch my head and pause, and I may not be satisfied with the output. That's not the goal. It's not for me to be satisfied. It's for me to understand that every rock we could have turned over has been. And I'm hearing that pretty consistently from everybody. And when the SSC makes a comment that, I think it was something to the effect of, this has now reached almost the level of a full benchmark assessment. I think that can help us inform not only tomorrow's discussion about harvest control rules, but also when we get to I believe it's D8, our stock assessment planning for 27, and perhaps thinking about how all of these lessons learned can be applied in the future and how we do more strategic planning to give a lot of time for whatever comes into the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion. I don't want to cut off the discussion, but just wanted to note I do have a motion if folks are ready.
Let's hear your motion.
I move that the council adopt the 2026 Widow Rockfish Assessment Model for use and management.
All right, what's on the screen there looks accurate and complete.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Vice Chair Smith. Want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. There's a lot that's already been said, and we also have a chair's reception that the chair no longer pays for to get to here. But not much rationale needed here. Like the executive director reminded us, it's the SSC's role to determine what best available science is. A lot of folks just said, yeah, there's some real questions that have been asked about this assessment, but you can say that almost about every single assessment we have. And I won't go on through the history of changes we've seen, and you're just kind of like, how in the world could that be true? But we have a really robust stock assessment process and SSC to review these, and they're the ones that are qualified to tell us what is knowable with the data we have. And yeah, it would be nice if we could go out and verify what the truth is out there, but that's just not possible. And if it was possible, people would do that. And it's really nice to see that there is a lot in common on the need for collecting better data here. Yeah, and as many others have said, we're going to talk about this and tomorrow, and just starting off in tomorrow, and then hopefully moving into the risk management framework discussion that executive director has suggested we take up later in the year. And I think that is a really good forum time for us to all have to more deeper discussion about all these issues and what the management response to them is. And then yeah, I'll end here, but yeah, I think people it took me a long time to realize how uncertain these are, and like what sigma means, and just how much uncertainty there is even in our best assessments. And if you look at the last assessment, which had, we heard an error in it that caused, pretty big change in the size of a year class. We were supposed to be at B70 something percent this year, but if you look at the lower state of nature, it says you could have been at B50% in this year, and that's exactly right about what this assessment says. So there is a lot. I mean, it's Jeff called it rewriting history, but it seems to be it is what it is type of situation, but how we navigate it seems to be the place we should do it. Yeah, and lastly, just thanking the SSC Science Centers, council staff, GAP, GMT, everyone for the extra effort, and we would not have asked for that extra effort if it wasn't such a serious, important economic situation here.
Thank you. Questions on that? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize, Mr. Niles. I just caught this when we were doing clarifications on the motion. I'm looking at agenda item D2, attachment 1, which is the assessment, and it reads the status of widow rockfish stock off the U.S. West Coast in 2025. And the motion says the 2026 rockfish assessment. So I just wanted to bring that up and see how we can clarify that for the record.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Ms. McKnight. The way that I interpret this motion is that the last time we took a look at the assessment was January 2026. And so that's the version that we are using for purposes of this motion. And that uses data to estimate the status of the stock, as you said, through 25. But that's how I read the motion. I'm looking at Corey to make sure I'm interpreting that correctly, but I think the language is okay from my perspective.
Thank you for the clarification. I just technical correction if needed or not. Just wanted to make sure we were all clear on that. Thank you.
So that's good. Corey, is that correct?
Yes, yes. I could have cited the actual document, but yeah, good point, Caroline. But yeah, I think Mayor captured the thinking that we actually the assessment was reviewed in January 2026. That was the version we're adopting.
Okay. Other questions for clarification on the motion? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along a similar, I interpret your motion, the last phrase for use and management, and given what we heard, particularly in the GAP report about, their recommendation of limited use, I read this as neutral and does not in any way interfere or subvert with further conversations we will be having in agenda item D4.
Corey?
Thank you, Ms. Key, for the question. In no way intended to subvert the discussion that starts tomorrow. We're very supportive of that discussion, and I don't know that I could subvert it if I wanted to, but yeah, no intent to.
Okay. Other questions for clarification? Seeing none, discussion on the motion? And seeing no hands for discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes. I heard 2 no votes. Mr. Pettinger, Vice Chair Smith, is that correct? I think we've so the motion passes. We've got the votes recorded there. Is there further discussion here before I look to Jesse? Not seeing any hands. Jesse, should we take time to do more work here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you've completed your action, your task today under agenda item D2, and we will be back tomorrow to talk more about Widow. So.
All right. Thank you. And appreciate all the work here. And before we adjourn, I'm going to turn to Executive Burden for any closing comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very good work today, everybody. We do have our chair's reception starting at 6. So this hotel is a maze, so you might want some directions. Go straight out here, walk past the lobby, take a left at the lobby, walk by the coffee stand and the bar, go